Hello, everyone. Welcome to Kat's Novel Adventures. Today, we are going to do some sprints to celebrate Old School April. Woohoo! So, for anyone who is watching after the fact, we are celebrating Old School April throughout the whole entire month of April. And I decided to do some sprints so that we can get some reading done, some watching done, or if you want to go and make an incredible nostalgic snack during the sprints, that would be great also. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope everyone is doing well today. So let me know what everyone is reading. I happen to be reading We Sold Our Souls by Grady Hendrix. This is my second Grady Hendrix book that I am reading, and so far it is pretty good. I am actually on page 47. So I just got started, and it is related to music. It has a lot to do with heavy metal music. It's about a woman named Chris, and she's not exactly where she wants to be in life, but she decides after seeing a billboard of a guy that she used to be in a band with that she is going to get in touch with him and try to right some wrongs. Anyway, so far, so good. I love all the references to heavy metal bands because I happen to like heavy metal music. So it's nice to see those references. Hello, Christine. How are you today? Welcome to Sprints. I hope that you are reading something interesting, or that you're watching something or creating a snack, something during this time. Let me know what you're reading. I'd love to know. And by the way, I watched your recent vlog for Old School April and thought it was fantastic. I loved hearing about what you're doing for Old School April. So let me know what you're reading. Hey, Jessica, you're new to these chats. Well, welcome. These sprints have been so wonderful to watch. I'm currently just winding down after work. So welcome, Jessica. I love sprints. I didn't really know too much about sprints until the beginning of the year, and I find that they're incredibly helpful if you need to get some reading done. It kind of helps you focus on it, and then you can spend some time with your friends online in between. And also, it's helpful if you have some small little tasks you need to take care of. It also kind of helps you focus in that way too. If you notice, my door is open, and that's because my dogs are going to be going in and out, and instead of having them whine at the door, I'm just going to leave it open for a few minutes. Ooh, you're reading Exquisite Corpse. Now, is this one by Poppy Z. Bright? I've heard the title. How is it? Let me know. Yes, you're fairly new to sprints too. I remember you saying that, and it's really funny because until really I started participating in the readathons and doing my own events, I didn't really know what it was all about, but I think it's beneficial. I think they're great. And thanks, Kat. I'm having fun this month. I love seeing you and Kelsi playing games. Yes, we had a great time, and it's not just because the Silver Snakes stole the show in the 3 games that we played. We always have a great time hanging out. We have a lot in common, and it was just fun to relax. And she actually taught me how to make Rice Krispie treats, which are super easy. I wish I would have known they were that easy, but I had no clue. And now I know. Yes, Poppy Z. Bright. I'm only about 70 pages in, but I really like it so far. Okay, well, I don't know if Poppy Z. Bright would be an author that I would enjoy. I'm not sure. I've heard that maybe a little gross or crosses the line sometime with extreme horror. Not sure. I haven't read anything by Poppy Z. Bright yet. So, Jessica, what are you reading, or what are you planning on doing during sprints? Let me know for sure. Like I said, I'm reading We Sold Our Souls by Grady Hendrix. This is actually my book club pick. Kelsi and I run a book club together called Chills, Thrills, and Kills. And this was our selection for April. And I'm counting this one for the occult, the witch prompt, because there's some supernatural stuff that's going to happen in it. So I thought that would be a pretty good one. Okay, I saw that one. Oh, sorry. We Sold Our Souls is one of the few Hendrix I haven't read yet. You know that I have heard that several times by several people. In fact, a couple of the other members in our group haven't read it either. And I think it's earlier than some of the other ones. Now, I have read My Best Friend's Exorcism. That's the only other one I have read. And I absolutely love that book. It was so good, had a lot of heart to it, even though it is a horror story, but there was also some humor in it too. Hey, Horror Gardner, how you doing? Poppy Z Bright is pretty raunchy and violent, like really raunchy. Okay, so that may not be my cup of tea. I like horror, but there are some lines I will not cross. And I'm glad you told me that, because I may have to be a little discriminatory if I ever try one. I've been reading a lot for work, but I recently read episode 13 after hearing Amy and Kelsi talk about it. I heard that's an excellent one as well. I have it on my list. I don't know when I'll be able to read it, but I've heard some great things about it. It's my first Poppy Z Bright, and nothing too raunchy yet. Seems heavily inspired by Jeffrey Dahmer. Well, that's pretty interesting. What a crazy guy Jeffrey Dahmer was, for sure. Sold Our Souls is great fun. Yes, I am liking it so far. And I think it's because I enjoy heavy metal music. So I love all the references to the different bands. The fact that, Black Sabbath, it was like very influential in how their band started, and Ozzy Osbourne. And I just think that's all really great. Metallica. Y'all make me want to get more into reading horror. Well, Jessica, just to let you know, I do love horror. My top genres are horror, mystery, and thriller. However, with that being said, I do like to read other genres as well. I really do love children's literature, picture books, and it doesn't have to be horror, middle grade books, realistic fiction, some horror fiction for middle grade. And I do like YA, but I also like reading personal development books. I like a really good story. So like if it's just a fiction story, that's fun as well. I like to read a variety of different things. So it depends. The only genre I am not a huge fan of is romance. That's not to say if a story has romance in it that I won't enjoy it. I just don't want anything really steamy or that kind of romance. If it's a fun little romance, like kind of like a rom-com minus like too much steaminess, I probably wouldn't mind it so much. I mean, I read Practical Magic in, I guess it was November, and it's about witches and there's magic in it and there's some creepy stuff that goes on. However, it's kind of like a romance. I mean, at the core of it, so I don't mind reading other stuff besides horror, but I don't know. Horror is pretty cool. If you got a good story, that is for sure. So we don't have many people joining us this afternoon. Maybe it's kind of early. I know that I thought Kelsi might have put the sprints in the Discord because she generally does, and I didn't hear from her. So she must be super, super busy with work today. So I went ahead and popped it in right before I sprinted. So that's okay. Which Poppy Z Bright are you reading? She's reading Exquisite Corpse, which I love the name. I think that's really a great name. In fact, I have to pull a book when we come back from sprints. I'll show it to you. It has Lemony Snicket. It's, I think, a group of short stories, but I want to say Exquisite Corpse might be part of that title. Hey, Linda, how are you? You are really racking up some points for the Silver Snakes. I must say, I'm watching you on Discord. You are really rocking and rolling. Nice. I also read a variety, but I'm not a big on romance. Yeah. And it's really funny because I kind of been liking some of the romance that's old fashioned. I discovered Ella Montgomery in June with Anne of the Green Gables, and then they had an Anne of Green Gables challenge. It was called More Montgomery Challenge from like September to November, and there were different prompts. So I read some of her other books, and one of them was called Kilmeny of the Orchard. And it was a romance, but it was like so old fashioned. I didn't mind it at all. It was really actually kind of sweet, in my opinion. Christine saying, hi, Alinda. Hey, Stephanie, how are you? What are you reading today? Also, Linda, are you reading? Are you watching? Are you making a snack? What's going on? Yes, you enjoy Old School April. Save all the books and the movie for this month. Yes, good idea. There's so much great stuff. The crazy thing is when I see what everybody else is watching, it makes me want to watch more stuff. Like I keep forgetting how much stuff is out there that I used to love. It's just not enough time in the day, the week, or the month to fit everything you want to do. So Kelsi definitely has to host Old School April again next year because I just think everybody's having a fantastic time. You might enjoy Daphne du Maurier's books then. I only have read one, and I just finished it this month. It was called Jamaica Inn. It was my very first one. The FOMO Book Club chose it for February and March. No. I take that back. January and February. They do a book every 2 months. So it was the January, February, and then maybe I finished it in March. I don't know. All my books are starting to run together. But it was my first Daphne du Maurier book, and I loved it so much because, again, there was romance, but it wasn't, it was old fashioned. And it was a great mystery and suspenseful too. So still need to finish the new show for Anne of Green Gables. Yeah, I only got to watch a movie with Martin Sheen in it. And then I saw an episode that was, I can't think of the name of it. Road to Avonlea, I think it was. I watched an episode from that TV show, and it was really great. Reading Fall into Darkness by Christopher Pike. Ooh, how is that? I have not read any Christopher Pike. I should have picked up a book at Books A Million when I went. You're almost done. Excellent. I've never watched so many movies, shows as I have this month for Old School April, having a great time. This is about the only time I really watch tons at one time, is if there is a readathon I'm participating in that has a watchathon prompt or prompts to it. Now, if you haven't heard, I will be hosting a Zombie-thon in May, and there are reading prompts as well as watching prompts. I mean, you can participate however you want to participate. If you love zombies, if you love those type of stories, you might enjoy doing that as well. I am in the process of trying to get all of my ducks in a row with that. It's hard trying to participate in Old School April and then trying to plan for that, but it's going to happen. I'm determined. I'm reading The Forbidden Game by L.J. Smith. L.J. Smith. What else has L.J. Smith written? That name sounds familiar to me. Is it a YA? Sounds like an author, a YA author. It is really good so far. Good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I'm reading the Monster manga by Naoki Urasawa. It's so good. Woohoo. I'm going to try to read a manga for Zombie-thon. My son gave me the title of one, so I really would like to do that. I watched Dead Alive with everyone yesterday, and that is a great pick for Zombie-thon. Dead Alive, if that is the one that is by Peter Jackson, that is going to be on my Zombie-thon watch list, because when I was looking up different movies that started with the letters in zombies, I came across it. And I want to say I thought about putting that on my list the year before, and something happened and I didn't do it. Only read the first 2 monsters so far, but it's amazing. Excellent. L.J. Smith wrote The Vampire Diaries. That's why I actually have those books. I knew that name sounded familiar. I have not read the series yet. I've seen the first few seasons of the TV show, but I haven't read the books yet. Dead Alive was spectacular. Good. I'm glad to know that because it sounds great. And like I said, I mean, you can't go wrong with Peter Jackson, right? I mean, he's pretty fantastic. I mean, if you know anything about Lord of the Rings, I can imagine that he does a great job with zombies for sure. And where does it take place? That is always interesting to me too. Is Dead Alive in another country? Because that's always fascinating to me when they have to be somewhere other than the United States. I really do enjoy foreign zombie films, and cannot wait to, do my TBR and my TBWs for y'all, because there are quite a few that I think that people would enjoy. Because not only do I like to watch films, but I do like to watch the TV shows as well. I need to get the next volume. I'm flying through this one. It's a page turner. That's great. It is in New Zealand. Excellent. That's going to be great. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, and Dead Alive was nothing like it. Dead Alive was set in New Zealand. Okay, well, I think that's great that it's in New Zealand, because that could count as my foreign film, a film that takes place in a foreign country, but it mostly takes place in their home. Okay, well, that's good. I cannot wait to see it. I'm getting excited about it already. That's the other thing too. You're trying to be excited about something that's going to happen, but then you're still excited about what you're currently doing. That is the fun thing about all this on BookTube. I stand by Dead Alive being a zombie take on Bates Motel. That's a funny way of looking at it. Dead Alive was like Shaun of the Dead mixed with Army of Darkness. Okay, well, I love Shaun of the Dead. I have not seen Army of Darkness. So I'm hoping maybe I can watch Army of Darkness. We tried to watch it on Prime and it wasn't available. So I have to see if I can find it somewhere else. So if you know anywhere else that Army of Darkness is streaming, that I could maybe watch that also. I kick ass for the Lord. What is that a reference to? Oh, yes, the Bates Motel. Yeah, I think that seems pretty good, especially if the Bates Motel, do you have a psycho at the same time that you're having a zombie apocalypse? Because not only do you have to battle the zombies, but you have to battle the psycho. I mean, the one thing I find fascinating about zombies, it's not even really so much the zombies. I mean, they're great. They look awesome. I love how they, you have different types, the ones that are slow and meandering, like in the original Night of the Living Dead, or they're super fast, like in World War Z. But it's the humans that I find fascinating, how you can navigate with the crazy humans. It's the priest from Dead Alive fighting punks in a cemetery. I'm conjuring up an image of that. Also known as the best character. That sounds great, y'all. Y'all have sold me. I mean, it's on my list, but y'all have sold me. So the only thing that will stop me from watching it is if I cannot physically stream it anywhere or get a copy of it. Hopefully I can watch it, because like I said, it is on my list. Okay. Is everyone ready to sprint? I was thinking we could start off with 45 minutes if everyone is okay with that. And then we'll come back, regroup, and see how everyone has done during their productivity time. Okay, I've got to start it. Now let me... Katie made Rice Krispie treats with Frankenberry. I bet you those are delicious. Okay, so we're going to do 45 minutes. I did start the timer. Let's do it. Okay, so let's do it. Let me share the screen. Sorry, I'm so slow, guys. Share. And I always have to talk to myself while I'm doing this. See y'all in a little bit. Hello, welcome back, everybody. Hey, Kelsi.
Cat! Cat's got her Kiss shirt on.
Got my Kiss shirt on. That's right. I'm trying to be old school. I'm wearing my old school band shirts.
I'm wearing Rugrats and Dunkaroo earrings.
Oh, look how cute.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see with the light, but yeah.
That is precious.
They got icing on them. Fake icing.
Yeah, so I would hope so.
Yeah, otherwise I would be wanting to eat my own earrings.
Well, we do have some people that have joined us. We have Audrey. She just got off of work and joined. And then, of course, you have joined us, Kelsi. What have you been up to?
I mostly was exercising during that sprint. That's why I couldn't join you at the beginning. And I had napped before that. When you were texting me, I was like dead to the world. I was just so tired. And then I did read. I started a book in the last 15 or 10 minutes of the sprint. Mallrats, which is my book club pick for April. My book club, the Midnight Book Society. We've got a Discord. So this is our official pick, and it takes place in the 90s. And I'm already loving it. I love Ivy Tholen's writing style. And she signed it for me.
That is awesome.
Yeah, because I had picked her other book, Tastes Like Candy, for my book club last year. And she was like, thank you so much for picking my book. Like, it's gotten some recognition after you picked it. So that was sweet of her. So she sent me that signed and this signed.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Chris is joining us. Helco, my kindred spirit.
Helco.
Swamp Gas.
Yo, Swamp Gas. Hey, Elizabeth.
Hey, Elizabeth. She's joined. We'll start reading next sprint. Melissa is in the house. Royale Black is here. Hello, hello. Welcome. Rochella is here. And Liz. Hi, Liz. Just home from work and ready to get some reading done next sprint. Woo! Yes. I didn't get as much reading done as I planned. And Katie read a few chapters of Into the Drowning Deep and ate her cereal treat.
Ooh.
Yummy, yummy. And
oh, you're reading Exquisite Corpse.
Now
that is so brutal.
Well, she mentioned that she was reading that. And at first I'm like, I think I have a book with that title on it. But I know I didn't have a Poppy Z. Bright book. I actually have a book that's called The Exquisite Corpse Adventure.
Oh, so it's similar, but different, way different.
Well, and it's also like middle grade.
Yeah, it would be basically different than Exquisite Corpse.
Yes, a bunch of middle grade authors come together, and it's like a game.
Oh, that's interesting, though.
Yeah, it says what happens when celebrated children's books authors play a writing game that starts with one person's idea and ends with a novel of 27 episodes, all written separately by 16 different authors. It may sound like a math problem, but it adds up to a literary adventure like no other. It all begins with a train rushing through the night. On board, twins Joe and Nancy begin a quest to rescue their parents, and along the way, they will encounter mad scientists, a talking pig, creatures from another dimension, several bad knock-knock jokes, plenty of explosions, a whole army of villains and varmints, and shape-shifting eggy things. Figuring out who is friend and who is foe is the least of twins' problems as they piece together the body parts of a top-secret robot who, when complete, will help to reunite their family. So apparently this was like a collaboration between National Children's Book and Literary Alliance and the Library of Congress's Center for the Book and these authors. And I mean, some of them that you might recognize are like Kate D. Camilla, Shannon Hale, Gregory Maguire. He's the guy who wrote Wicked. Catherine Patterson, John Sheshka, who did the book, The Three Little Pigs, the true story of the Three Little Pigs, and the Stinky Cheese. Lemony Snicket, Susan Cooper. I mean, just it's a bunch of it. And I've had this on my shelf for a long time. So I just think it's hilarious that it has the same name in it as Poppy Z. Bright's book.
That is funny, but it's completely different. Exquisite Corpse, there's so much sex in it, and it's like the grossest kind of sex, like because it's disturbing because the two main characters are like killers.
Well, that's what Horror Gardner said, that Poppy Z. Bright's books are raunchy.
They are. So I just read one. So
I was like, it's probably not my cup of tea. You know me.
But lots of New Orleans references in Poppy Z.
Yeah.
Bright's books, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, that is cool. Halco Tastes Like Candy is a slasher, right? I need to read it. Yes, it is. It is also on my list to read as a slasher book too.
It's one of my favorites. I love that. Like, as a slasher, like, I'm kind of picky about slasher books. I more like slasher movies because it's hard to replicate in a book.
Oh, Lunabelle, come on. I'm sorry, my dog.
Luna!
They're like at a standoff. Tudi's inside the room. Luna's outside the room.
I know.
Neutral Milk Hotel says the Mallrats cover is so amazing. It is very amazing. Okay, come here. Come on.
Come on, Luna.
One of y'all go in. Of course, she's got to mouth him. Those two. It's like having two little kids that are like 2 years old. They're just crazy.
Tastes Like Candy is a cool cover too, by the way. Neutral Milk Hotel. What am I doing? I got it right the other day.
Yes, you
did. Lindsay.
I've never seen the middle grade with the same title. I think it's cool. I'm gonna eventually have to read it. I think I picked this up at a book fair for Scholastic at school, and it's just been sitting on my shelf forever. The two main guys haven't met yet. Ooh.
Yeah, well, it's still gross even before they meet because there's all kinds of crazy shit, like the one in jail, because that's at the very beginning. The one that's like British and in jail. Oh my god, something crazy! Like he does something crazy. Oh my god, I was like, how could he even do that? It freaked me out. Anyway, it's a
freaking
great
me
book.
out. You talking about it and freaking you out.
It's a great book. The book club date, I actually didn't set one, but it'll be next month. So you have literally the rest of the month and a little bit into May if you don't, because it is a chunker. I'm going to try to finish it within this month because I don't like to carry over. But if you're okay with that, then you've got plenty of time. It's 381 pages, but I find her books are very readable. Also, it's on KU, so you don't need a physical copy, but look at this. I mean, I love this cover, and Tastes Like Candy also has an amazing cover. So
yeah, it looks great. I don't know if you had heard, I started our book club pick.
That's going to be this week for me too. So I've got a different cover on mine. It looks like a Rolling Stone magazine.
Yes, I know. I love all the different covers. There's actually another one that I saw at Books A Million that has the neon pink guitar pick on
I
it.
like that one too, actually.
That was
I don't
really
want to
neat.
get all the different editions.
I know, it's crazy, but this is the one that my friend Simon actually got this for me as a happy. So I like how it has the black, on the ends of the pages, and it just looks cool.
That's actually a beautiful copy, the one you have. That's like, where'd you get that one again?
He ordered it for me. I think it came from Book Depository. At first, I thought it was from Book Depository in London, England, but it actually came from New York. So
cool.
At least it was local. But yeah, I was excited. It came pretty quickly, but I started that one and I'm liking it so far. I love all the references with the heavy metal bands and stuff like that. So,
I'm so glad you're liking it. That makes me excited to start. But I want to read 66 pages a day in this to finish it in 6 days, because I really want to finish like in 1 week for a vlog. I want to keep all my books like into the one vlog each.
Yeah. Well, that's how I kind of pace myself, is I kind of divide up my pages, by how many days I want to finish. And then that way I can get through them. I also started my Nancy Drew book too. I might read a little bit of that one too. So this is the one I'm reading for, old technology on the cover. Ooh. And it's just so simplistic. I mean, I'm on chapter 4, but it makes me it's very nostalgic. I'm just I'm like going transporting back in time, because of course I've read that story, but it's just so neat, like how it's written, it's of the times for sure. You
know what Cameron's doing on his Patreon channel? He's telling us about how he's reading the original versions, like not original, they're from like the 50s or 40s. And then he's going back and rereading those, like the one you have is like the 80s or 90s edition, which is the ones he grew up with too. So he's like comparing the two, and he says sometimes there's like insane story differences. Like they completely change the story in some aspects, and he's liking the older ones better, which is, he said there's actually sometimes they're darker than the 80s 90s ones, or I don't know if I'm correct in saying that they're 80s 90s, but they're those like brick yellow editions are a little bit different.
Well, this one, it has copyright of 1930, 1959, and 1987. But
So
I
that's the
remember,
87 edition then.
yes,
Yeah.
but not all of them have changed their story. I know some of them did, because when I was in the library years ago at St. Joseph, I had a student that read one of the books. And when she came to take the AR test, the questions were totally different and she failed the test. And she's like, I don't understand. And I literally had to read the book, and then I went to take the test. And that's when we discovered that there were different like whoever
Yeah.
created the test created it from a different version of the book. And if it
Yeah.
wouldn't for us having that situation, they would never have known. So they had to go in and update it to change it, so
Wow.
that people, because I mean, how can you hold that against somebody if it wasn't the same story? I mean, she
Yeah.
was like, when she told me at first, she was like, there are literally questions that have nothing to do with the story that I just read. I'm like, that is impossible. How can that be?
That is so funny. But yeah, Cameron's like been comparing them. Like he's doing little reading updates on his Patreon channel. And I belong to his Patreon because, he's got such a great channel. And he also has done a book haul recently, and he's been updating on. He's like, I'm reading this for Old School April. He was just saying in
Oh,
his latest video today, and I was like, oh. So he's reading a Ruby Jean Jensen book right now about dolls, and
no,
he's loving it.
that's pretty cool. That
But
is
it's
very cool. Well,
it's slow paced. I mean, he's calling it cozy horror, which I do find her books are a little slower paced. But I'm wondering if I would like the doll one because it seems like it's better than the last couple I've read by her a little bit.
I have a Ruby Jean Jensen one, and I'm thinking I might read that for Garb August,
Oh
possibly.
yeah,
That
which one do
one,
you
and
have?
I'll have to look on the cover. It's on my shelf.
Because I
It's
mean,
like
you and I already read The
it's like
Reckoning.
Haunted or something like
Oh,
that.
I have that one too.
I think that was the one that I had picked up and showed you at Friends of the Library. I was kind of shocked that I was able to find one there, and you said you had it.
Yeah.
So I think it's called Haunted, if I'm not mistaken.
Rachel read that one from our book club and said she liked it, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, another thing that they've changed was some of the Lois Duncan. I had mentioned that before.
Oh yeah.
They
Yeah.
updated the technology, not so much that they changed the story per se, but they just added cell phones and stuff. Christine's got Mallrats on Kindle, but not sure if I'll have time to get to it this month. And hey, Crystal, just finished my workout. I'm about to start dinner. I finished Drawing Blood today, and it was so good.
I just
That was
finished that on
awesome.
Sunday night. It's in my latest vlog that I just released today. I also loved it, but to answer Christine's question later, I didn't
Oh.
like it as much as Exquisite Corpse, but I'd be interested to see what Crystal thinks because she loves Exquisite Corpse. So which one do you like better, Crystal? Is it a hard decision?
But
Because
that's
I
what she's saying.
definitely
Did you like that as much as Corpse?
I feel like Drawing Blood was more of a horror romance, whereas Exquisite Corpse was more of like extreme crazy, like holy shit. But it did have romance, but it was just a twisted freaking, and it wasn't the main center of the story.
Swamp Gas says Exquisite Corpse would be a fun thing to do on larger sprints. The term originated as a word game by the surrealist, where each person would tell a few sentences of a story, then the next person go.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, so I guess that's why they ended up picking it for this book.
Yeah.
Since that is pretty cool.
That is really cool. You make me want to buy that book.
Liz says, I was surprised how fast Mallrats reads and can't wait to hear what everyone thinks. So she's already finished it.
I know, she was like finished it so quick and I was like, damn, I haven't even started. But I'm excited that like it read so fast, and that's not surprising to me. I've read 2 other Ivy Tholen books. Not everyone liked her book Permanent Damage, but I did. I just like the way she rates characters. I just like her, I guess her style, because it just seems easy to read. I don't know what it is. It's just not hard to get into, in my opinion. Maybe because she writes with like a nostalgic flair, or she might be around my age. I don't know, but it just it reads easily, in my opinion, her work.
I love that.
So she liked Exquisite Corpse better too. There are different stories for sure. Yeah. But I mean, I do think Drawing Blood was beautiful though.
Was it as raunchy as Exquisite Corpse?
It was raunchy, but not as raunchy, no. It was raunchy in a different way. It was more raunchy in a, like, pure way. I can't it's like the sex is hardcore, like, I can't explain it. Like, I don't know, you would know, no. It's, like, very graphic. It's like, "Ooh, yeah." Like, I don't know, I can't explain
I just love her
it.
writing style so far. It is beautiful, but not flowery.
Yes, and that's a great way to describe it. Definitely beautiful, but not, like, to where it's, like, too much or too, hard to digest type of thing.
Kelly,
Hi,
hey Kelly, how you feeling? I hope you're
hope you
feeling
feel better.
better. Raunchier in a consensual way.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes. Not in, like, a killing way.
So it's like steamed dumplings.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I am doing pretty well as far as my reading, balancing my reading and watching, but I'm failing at my 6th ed April. I was doing really well, and now I'm like
Aw.
super behind. I'm like, I don't even know if I'm gonna finish it.
I laughed at your, message when you were like, Barry being on vacation killed me this week." You
Yes,
and I complain about our like, your husband and my boyfriend being home, it's hilarious.
I love him to death, but and it's weird when he first started traveling a lot, which was years ago. I was like so bummed out and
Just
sad.
like me, yeah.
Yeah, it was like, but then like anything, you get used to, your
Yeah.
circumstances or whatever. And now that I'm like, involved in my readathons and I'm get involved with my improv and different things that I like to do or whatever. And then he's like, sometimes he doesn't know. Like he wasn't supposed to be home all this week, like
Yeah.
except for yesterday. Well, then I got a text earlier that he's like, well, my schedule changed, so I'm gonna be home all week.
So
I
you're like,
told him, I said, well, I'm sorry, I'm hosting sprints tonight, so I can't help that.
yeah, I totally get you. Like, I was also bummed that Paul travels. So, I mean, I'm still bummed because it sometimes sucks when you're like, I want someone to have dinner with and like hang out with. Like, even if I was doing sprints all night, whatever.
Right.
But other times I'm like, especially now with booktube and doing sprints, I'm like, I just kind of want to like party. Not that I can't party with him home, but like then he'll be like, "Are you still on sprints?" It's like, come on. You were complaining before about how we were always hanging out. And now he's like, "Be careful what you wish for,
I
bitch."
know, exactly. Like, don't,
Yeah.
say I'd rather be doing something else. The only Poppy Z Bright I've ever read is Lost Souls years ago. Have y'all read that one? I haven't read any Poppy Z Bright.
I
Kelsi,
have
have you read that
I
one?
have not read that one, but there are a lot of references to the characters in Lost Souls. Amy from Amy Noel Reads, she has read Lost Souls and she just reread Drawing Blood. And she also reread Exquisite Corpse a couple of years ago. But she also read like Wormwood, which is a short story collection. But Lost Souls, I asked her, it is connected to Drawing Blood. They mention
Mm.
a lot of the characters in a band called Lost Souls. So I was like, that's how I knew that it was connected. And so I asked Amy about it. She goes, yep, they're like mentioning the characters. So I
Oh,
think
well,
that's
that's
pretty
cool.
cool. Yeah, I
That
like
is
that.
cool. I'm feeling a little less stuffy, but that doesn't last very long. I've had tissue shoved up my nose all day. Oh,
So
that's
sorry. I hate that. I hate that.
I know. I haven't read anything else by her. I'm super curious about her other books, though. And I have Wormwood left on the shelf of Bright books. So Kelly has read them all too. So Kelly, what is your take? Did you like Exquisite Corpse better than Drawn Blood, or vice versa?
I don't think Poppy Z Bright's for Kelly. I think that's what she said in the Discord. But honestly, I don't think Poppy Z Bright is for a lot of people. I think like maybe like 15% of the population. Like because it's just so graphic in a lot of
Mhm.
ways. But I like the writing style though, that it's beautiful somehow. Even though you're like reading this extreme stuff, somehow it's beautifully written and it's like confounding.
In a disturbing way.
Yes.
Not sure what to start next. I'm thinking maybe my Christopher Pike book. Well,
Which
that's
one are
good.
you reading, Crystal? Which one are you planning to read?
It's always hard, especially if you finish a wonderful book, then to start a next one. And it's like, where do I go from here? Halco's being sweet and wishing you well wishes, Kelly.
Aw. I haven't had a 5-star read this month yet, so I'm like, what's gonna be like my knock out of the park book for this month?
Oh,
I've had
wow.
a lot of enjoyable reads, but nothing that's like hit the 5-star level yet. We'll
Mhm.
see.
She hasn't read Lost Souls, and she liked Exquisite Corpse better than Drawn Blood.
I felt the same way. I liked
Mhm.
EC better.
Master of Murder.
Oh, that one might be good. I know I watched your TBR video ages ago, and you probably said that in there, but I couldn't remember because everyone's reading Pike. Some people are reading Witch and actually agree with me, and they don't like that one. And I totally agree with Witch is not the one to start with. I think Monster is a great one to start with.
Monster
For
is the first
Christopher
one. I
for
haven't read any
Christopher Pike.
Christopher Pike, so that would be good to know where to start. Now, I will say I did read my first Fear Street book, Double Date,
You
and
already read it?
I already read it. Yes, I'm in the process of doing my vlog, which I'm trying to keep up with it and editing it at kind of like at the same time, which I'm successful and then not successful at the same time, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
But I went through it and I have to post it. I did my Goodreads review, but I didn't post on Instagram, which I wish I would have done it yesterday because yesterday was a Fear Street thing.
I know that would have been perfect.
But anyway, I'm behind now on that. But at first I was like, you know me, I don't DNF a book. And I'm thinking, I cannot stand this guy, Bobby, so much that I wish I could go in the book and smack him around because he is so despicable. I'm like, what girl would even like him? I don't care how good looking he is. He is so terrible. Now, of course, I'm reading it as a 54-year-old woman, but
Yeah.
I'm just like, even as a teenager, I would have been like, dude, get a grip. You are not God's gift
Yeah.
to every woman. But anyway, thankfully, it did kind of ramp up. So I
Good.
finished it and all was well.
They're just easy reads, in my opinion, and they're supposed to have sometimes unlikable or over the top cheesy
Well,
characters.
that's what I did make the comment in my review that was Stein's point because of what ends up happening. It's like you wouldn't be as excited about it or think it was great if he
Yeah.
wasn't as despicable.
Good.
Christine just finished Witch. It was the first Pike she's read since a kid.
Yeah,
That's
I honestly
good.
think Witch is my least favorite of his books, which is so weird because it's like Katrina's favorite. It's so funny that we're like opposites on that. Burn the Negative. Yes, Katrina did just read that in her vlog. Literally, she released it today, her Old School April
Okay.
vlog too.
And Kelly's
So
buddy reading with Alex.
I really want to read Burn the Negative.
I feel like someone else just read
Yeah.
that Kelly. Okay.
Sorry, I'm ahead of you on comments.
You're ahead of
I'm
me.
just looking over. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Bobby is such a turd in Double Date. Yes, turd with a capital T. He is terrible. But I'm not going to let that stop me from reading other Fear Street books for sure. Finished up 2 Goosebumps between yesterday and today, Werewolf of Fever Swamp, and One Day at Horrorland. How did you like Werewolf of Fever Swamp? I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. I saw Katrina read it on her latest vlog, kind of scared after what she said.
I know she didn't give it a super high rating, which is a bummer because I have high hopes for Burn the Negative. It's not like out yet. It's just everyone's reading like advanced reading copies of it. Like Kelly, Alex, and Katrina all are reading advanced reading copies. But I'm gonna give it a chance, even if it's just like a mid-level. I'll still give it a chance.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's crazy how you can have people who love books, the same books, but then also at the same time dislike books.
Me and Katrina seem to have exactly opposite opinions on a lot of books. Like, she loves Cirque Berserk. I love Taste Like Candy. She thought like Taste Like Candy was like mid, and I thought Cirque Berserk was mid. We have had like opposite opinions on so many, but we both love horror. We both are like the exact same age, and we both have like a lot of the same personality traits. Like, we like to dress up. We like to be thematic. So it's just so funny that we seem to have completely different opinions on some horror books. I've noticed that with me and Katrina. But I love it. I think it's fun. It makes things interesting.
Yeah, I think it also makes it interesting. You can have great conversation and you can like support why you like certain aspects and respect what somebody else says about a book as well.
As you
been
know, I
reading.
always say it's perfectly okay to agree to disagree as long as you're respectful to the other
Yes,
person.
I 100% agree with that. I never would ever start anything by saying a book is terrible. I would, if I thought something was terrible, I would preface it by saying it was not the book for me. I didn't like it because of XYZ. However, someone else might love it.
Exactly, exactly.
Halco was reading Nightmare Hall books from Diane. Is it How? Ho?
Ho. Yeah, it's Diane Ho. I own 3 Nightmare Hall books. I wish I owned more,
So
because
is
the covers
Nightmare
are great.
Hall like a series like Fear Street, or is it
It's kind of like an offshoot of the Point horror books, which
okay?
are kind of like Fear Street, in a way, because R.L. Stine has written Point horror books. Diane Ho has written Point horror books, but then the offshoot of that is Nightmare Hall. Caroline B. Cooney has written Point horror books,
Hmm.
and in the U.S., they're not really called Point horror. They just it says Point on the side of the front, and there's like a little thriller like label
Okay.
on the side, but in the UK, the covers of these books said point horror. That's why
Oh,
people call them point horror. But when
oh,
you're
I
looking
see.
at them, Nightmare Hall, funnily enough, it doesn't really say point horror on them. It just says Nightmare Hall, and it's got the same little logo on the side as the point horror books do. Like it's like a little blood splatter, and it says thriller on it.
I'm gonna have to look for those because I haven't really paid attention when I go to the library sale. I mean, to the library store. I'm gonna have to pay
Oh,
attention and
I
see if I
I
can find
highly
it.
collect those.
Mhm.
Those almost get me more excited because I like the covers a little bit more than Fear Street covers.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong, I still like Fear Street, but I think the covers for point horror books can be really good.
Mm. I'm glad it was your least favorite because that means they aren't all downhill from here.
I honestly think you'd like Monster more because, like, to me, Monster was so much better than Witch in terms of characters, and there's
Mhm.
actually, like, a strong female character that like, yeah, there's some cheesy, annoying romance stuff in Monster, but there's some great action and a very interesting plot in Monster, and the ending is awesome for Monster, so maybe
Mhm.
try Monster.
Okay. I'm still saying Kelsi ruined my summer reading because I want to read more Fear Street and Christopher Pike's books this summer. Finished Witch on Saturday and enjoyed it, but first Pike read. Okay, so nothing to compare it to yet.
Yeah.
Kelly liked Werewolf of Fever Swamp, definitely better than Harland. Does Harland have the character Slappy the Dummy in it? Just curious because
No.
Slappy drives me crazy.
Horrorland is, the one where they're, like, going to a theme park and they're, like, it's kind of freaky and abandoned. I didn't
Um,
love Horrorland either. It's not one of my favorites. I've
isn't it
not
like a
read
whole like series branching off of Goosebumps or
I
no?
I think it I think it might have, like, in a newer I
Okay.
think he's got newer Goosebumps, and I don't know if Horrorland is what it's called or something something like that. But, like,
Okay.
the original Goosebumps, that's the Horrorland one. Which one is it called exactly? Where is it? Where are you? One Day at Horrorland is what it's called.
Yeah, that's
That's
the
the
one
original from the original series, and that's not one of my favorites, and I hated the Goosebumps episode for that one because I thought it was weird.
show.
I just thought it was kinda boring. I don't know, it was weird.
So many terrible humans and non-humans living in Shadyside. Yes.
Yeah.
Bobby is one of them. I'm just saying. Just saying. I would love to get the Nightmare Hall books too.
The covers are
I'm
amazing.
intrigued. Neutral Milk Hotel loves the Nightmare Hall books too. Halco. I've never seen Nightmare Hall yet. Me either.
They're
Still
kinda
chugging
rare.
through.
Honestly, they're very hard to find in the wild, especially because a lot of the covers are, step back, like, to where it's got a cutout on the front,
Oh.
and those can be so messed up. Now, if you get reprints, they don't have the cutout, and also if you get I think when it got to the later books, it stopped doing the cutouts anyway, but they're just hard to find, I find.
Mhm.
I've looked a lot of places to where it had Fear Street, it had Point Horror, but it doesn't have Nightmare Hall, so they're just hard to
Right.
find.
Still chugging through Night Film, lots of strength so far. Great. Trying to squeeze in Midnight Club into this month. Currently reading Well, That Was Unexpected
For
for
Ramathon.
Ralmathon.
Yeah, that's cool. Um, Now the Midnight Club is not really a horror book, it's more of an emotional fiction book, just to give you a
Mhm.
warning in case you go in with different expectations. It's very touching, but it's really not horror.
Mhm. Linda just finished Fall into Darkness and really enjoyed the book.
That's another
Excellent.
Pike.
I don't think I own Monster. I've bought a few lots. I'll keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like
I'm
that
gonna have
one.
to. I'm gonna have to see if I know when I went the last time. I know I didn't see any Goosebumps, and I don't remember seeing any Christopher Pike or any point horror that I can think of. I mean, I don't know. I think that it's very far and few between the one little store that I go to, but I don't
Goosebumps
know.
have gotten really, like, original Goosebumps have gotten really rare too. Those are hard to find.
I live for the book cover cutouts. I get really sad when I order a book and it looks like it has a cutout and then it doesn't. That's how my Weave
Yeah.
World has a cutout, and I really love my copy of Weave World, even though it's a paperback. I love it. It's definitely one that I got back in the 90s, late 80s, 90s. I like Night Film a lot.
That's on my, eventual TBR. Not this month, but who knows when.
Child Alone with Strangers by Fracassi, one of my recent 5 stars, is on $1.99 sale for Kindle. Awesome. I know Internet Archive is on the line right now with possible legal crap, but Nightmare Hall is up on there.
They are on the line for legal stuff, Kelly? I didn't know about this. I mean, I thought the whole point is it's like libraries putting stuff out there for people to be able to read stuff digitally. I thought it was like through the library, kind of. But yeah, Internet Archive is a great source.
I want to read the one Swamp Gas, that and Gothic. And I just got terrible news, Kelsi.
Oh no, what?
I almost cried when I got my email. Netflix, after 25 years.
No, they're going to get rid of DVDs.
They're going to stop sending DVDs. Their last DVD is going to
No.
be September the 29th,
That's sad.
2023. Yes, I am one of probably 100 people in the world that
That's
still get
sad.
DVDs. In fact, right now I currently have the Goosebumps, The Cry of the Cat on DVD. That's what I'm going to be watching. And I have Blair Witch on the way. And what else do I? Oh, Wayne's World's going to be sent to me as well. I'm so sad.
Especially because sometimes I feel like there's stuff that they have on DVD that you cannot find streaming.
Yes. I mean,
So
we've
that's a
actually
blow.
gotten movies because of that, where we couldn't
Yeah.
find it,
Yep.
So I am
What
so
a
sad.
bummer.
I know. Well, I did tell Barry because I was like, you're not going to believe this. So I said, well, at least I'll have my zombie-thon. I'll have DVDs for that. When you do your slasher on Patreon, I'll have it for that.
That's true.
And
Because that's
possibly
June.
for Christmas Evil in July. So I'm bummed out. I mean, I really am.
I know. I mean, are you going to keep it for the digital portion or no?
Oh, yeah. Well, definitely. Okay. I mean, because we do watch some digital stuff. Now, my son, Barry, said they better step it up with the streaming because, I mean, they'll have to add more. I don't know unless they're going to do kind of like Amazon Prime where you can buy or rent, that way.
Yeah, I hardly ever watch Netflix anymore unless it's a rewatch of something that I can't find anywhere else. But like in terms of new stuff, not really. But they are releasing a new Mighty Morphin Power Ranger reunion special. I think it might have already been released, but it's only on Netflix. It's like an original.
Well, I also need to finish The Office because I just finished season 7. I think there's 9 seasons. I'm sure I'll be finished before September, but I've been getting them on DVD because they took The Office off of streaming and went to Peacock, and I don't have access to that. So I've got to finish.
That's an example right there. Like you only have Netflix and you're trying to use that with the DVDs so you don't have to get Peacock. See, it's just
yeah. I mean, I do have other streaming services. I mean, we do have Amazon Prime, we do have Hulu, we have that AMC Plus, which also has Shudder and BBC on it. So I mean, we do have other streaming services. I have access to Showtime, but I find that you have to piecemeal everything. You can't just have one service where you can get everything, which is a pain in the neck, I think. But I'm pretty sure someone posted something on Criminali's Discord. They still send DVDs. Yes, they do. Can you believe it? I'll have to show you. Love this Kiss shirt, Kat. Yep. I saw them for their farewell concert, which was probably their 10th farewell concert.
I know, right? They keep
I
saying
drugged my
farewell.
husband. We go, and I was so excited. I was like, I can't wait for them to play this song. I can't wait for them to play this song. And Barry's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, he knows who Kiss is, but he was just like, I don't know the titles of these songs. I mean, he would recognize them when they would sing them. And I was like so excited about like Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons. And of course, they have these major pyrotechnic, I mean, literally you could feel the heat. I'm like, I don't know how these people are surviving on stage because I could feel the heat where I was.
Wow, that's crazy.
So it was very crazy. Those DVDs are so roached. I got one with dog bite marks on
Oh
it. All of mine
no!
have been good. I've only had in all of the years, I'd have to look and see how many years we've had DVDs, not 25, I can assure you. We've had maybe one or two that were cracked or a couple that weren't playable because they had scratches. But for the most part, we've done pretty well with them. Hello, Mindy. Just got home from work. Welcome. There are too many streaming things, gets expensive. I agree. I definitely agree. In fact, Kelsi, Ray wanted me to let you know for me to tell you hello. He
Ray!
actually texted me today asking about Shudder, if he thought if I had Shudder or Screambox, and if it was worth subscribing to either one of them. He wasn't sure, and I told him, I mean, I have Shudder.
I think Shudder's worth it, but I don't watch it. I watch it more like in a condensed way, like a lot
Mhm.
when you and I have our any kind of marathon. Like so I'll be using it a lot in June. I'll be using it a ton in October. Um I might be using it a little bit in July since we're doing some watching prompts for
Mhm.
Christmas Evil in July.
Yeah, well, that's what I told him. I said, I kind of forget about it because it's my AMC and it's attached to that.
Yeah.
But I told him, I said, I just recently watched The Fog on Shudder. That's where I ended up watching it. So I just kind of forget that I have it and I need to use it more. As for me to be able to tell him, I told him I'll look at the catalog and see. Unfortunately, they only give you 7 days to trial,
Yeah.
to
I
see.
mean, I personally think it's worth it, but I do wish I used it more. The reason I don't, like I said, I just kind of I also forget about it, but when I have a marathon, I'm like, "Yo, I need this movie," and I find it on Shudder.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I'm the same way. They're my husband's favorite band. I've seen them twice and he's seen them 3 times. They are great live. I have to admit they are fantastic live. I have only seen them one time. I had always wanted to see them, but never had the chance until they came to New Orleans the last time. I thought they were fantastic. I mean, they still for their age like is amazing to me how they can rock it. And so intensely too. I mean, major
I
intense.
know.
But they are really awesome to see, and I'm glad that they were in full makeup and everything, and in their outfits. That was the one thing I was bummed out as a kid when they decided to reveal themselves. I was like, why?
Just stay
Why?
behind the
We
makeup.
wanted you to be mysterious forever. I think they realized soon after because they went back to the makeup.
Yeah. Like the
That was like
makeup
the
was a
allure.
big part of it.
Yeah. Okay, so I've caught up with comments, and I think it would
Woo!
be a great time for us to sprint because I know
Yeah.
I want to read a little bit. Kelsi needs to read, and I'm sure you all have to read as well. So let's go ahead. 45 minutes is okay with everybody. I
It's
say,
fun.
let's do it. And let me.
Get your cat up.
I know. I have to kind of talk myself through it, Kelsi.
It's okay. You're doing so good. You've gotten so good.
Bye. See y'all
Bye.
soon. Hello.
Hello.
Let me stop the kitty cat.
Yes.
How did you do?
Really good. I got to page, let's see, 38. So I just need to get to page 66 to meet my criteria for the day. And
Oh,
if I get,
good.
I might go past there, or maybe I'll read a little of something else. We'll see.
Mhm,
But I really like
mhm.
it so far. I mean, it's just character introduction so far, but I like it. Lots of 90s references like toaster strudels, Britney Spears on the radio, video rental stores. So
Oh, I love that.
yeah, tons of stuff like that already, and I'm liking that.
I didn't read as much as I wanted to because I was uploading a video for tomorrow
Ooh,
that will go out. It's my middle grade March wrap up. And I'm trying to get some things done before I concentrate more on my zombie stuff because I do want to
cool.
get out my TBR and TB watch next week if possible.
I'm
But I got
so
to
behind on
58.
videos. Oh my god.
I know I really do need to make another list like I did once before because I find it very beneficial to have it listed and then you can kind of date it. I need to be better about doing that. And it's hard. Like when you live in it, I
Yeah.
just find anyway, I just can't ever seem to get into a good groove. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
books on the
Lindsay.
wire. Need some sprints to get me through graduation announcements. That's a good way to do it. You can be productive. Hey, Vanessa,
Hi.
welcome. She's using sprints to work out. Perfect. That is awesome. Jasmine, you are not late. I just started at 4 o'clock and I'm planning on going until at least 10.
Oh, good.
It's going to be a long sprint today. So, yeah, because I didn't know if I was going to sprint next week or not. So I figured, let me do this just in case. Hey, Katrina. I'm totally dead after bar. That's a hard class. I've taken one before. But I'm getting
What
some
is it?
on the treadmill and listening to Mothered by something stage. Zoe.
What is bar?
Bar is like a class. Well, the bar I went to, you literally have like a bar, like a ballet bar
So kind
almost.
of like ballet bar. Okay.
Yeah, and you don't wear shoes, and it's just a series of exercises that are kind of slow and controlled. I took a bar class after taking, I want to say I took a body pump class. And then I also walked in the treadmill or ran on the treadmill. I don't know. I did like 3 things. And then I went with Barry to Lowe's and I could not even hardly get out the truck. Like my body was stuck because my muscles, I had used muscles in that bar class that I just wasn't used to.
Wow.
Yeah, it was intense. Rochella did 35 pages. That's
Yay.
excellent. Mindy read 28 pages of Carry and Comfort.
Great job, Mindy.
Perfect. Katrina's liking Mothered. And announcements done. Start Sega Volume 9.
Cool.
Okay, is Sega Volume 9 like a manga? What is? I don't know.
There's lots of references. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna like it as much as Tastes Like Candy because I love Tastes Like Candy, but it's good so far, and it's supposed to be a slasher as well. So,
Oh, that's
and like a
cool.
mystery, like murders happening at the mall, hence the shopping bags and the skeleton. So far so good.
That's what I loved about Ready Player One was all the 80s references. And it was not just like one part of pop culture, it was everything.
Yeah.
Video games, movies, music, books, anything you could think of. I just loved it so very much. About a third left in Monster, and it's so stressful in the best way.
Yay!
Even if you're not a manga reader, I highly recommend it. Awesome.
That is great.
Is Saga the one with the cat that can tell if you are lying? That sounds intriguing. A lying cat. I mean, a cat that can tell if you're lying. I might look at my cats oddly then. Ate dinner and read a story in It Came from the Multiplex. How is that? That seemed like a neat one too. I would have loved to read. Just a couple of more stories to go in the anthology.
She's
That was
doing it
another one.
slowly, like a little, like a few
Mhm.
stories, at a time.
Yeah, I think that is a great idea if you can incorporate short stories monthly. I would love to do something like that, but I'm just not there yet. Um, I like I'm beginning to like short stories a lot more than I used to.
I'm very picky about short stories. It
Yeah.
really depends. Like, I don't know. I have to find my groove with that more.
Saga is a really good sci-fi fantasy comic. Okay,
Ooh.
cool. I like comics. I'm not usually a manga reader, but I think that is why I like Monster. It has a lot of storytelling. Yes, Lion Cat. It's a sci-fi fantasy graphic novel. Started them during peace talks and got really sucked. It got totally sucked in. It's
Yay! I'm
really
glad you're
cool.
enjoying it. Sounds
Yeah.
like fun. That would totally go good with this. At least the poster reminds me of this for Chopping Mall. That would be a really good watch along. And it's old school, so maybe I
Oh,
should try
that's
to
funny.
squeeze
So that's
that
the
in.
name of a movie is Chopping Mall.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've actually got the poster even though I've never seen the movie.
And then I just got Monster from the library. Chopping
Cool.
Mall is amazing. Oh, Kelsi, I texted you and I guess you missed it. I'm so excited to tell you that Saturday the 14th is streaming.
Oh, wait, yeah, you did tell me that, and I didn't respond to that. I thought I responded
I
afterwards, but
am
I don't
so
think I did.
excited. You know how much I've been wanting to watch that movie.
I
I'm like, I
know!
wish you would have realized that a lot sooner because it wasn't streaming and now it is. So I have to look for it. It may not be as awesome as I
As you
remember it
remember.
from back in the day, but that was a movie that I watched like a gajillion times as a kid. And I thought it was just awesome because it's like a spoof of all kinds of different movies. I mean, I want to say there was a scene in the bathtub where this girl's in the bathtub, like a teenager, and like the creature from the Black Lagoon comes or something like that. I could totally be not remembering that right, but
It'd
I
be
just
fun to
loved it.
see what you think of it now
Richard
after
Benjamin's in
watching
it.
it.
I mean, it's if anybody has ever seen Saturday the 14th, it's like I thought it was awesome. But of course, I think things like Strange Brew are hilarious too. And some people might not like that humor. I love Saga. I'm behind them. Need to catch up. Loved a good slasher.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
Almost finished with a graveyard apartment, the graveyard apartment, hoping to wrap it up in the next sprint.
Ooh,
The
you are
graveyard.
killing it this month.
I know. Well, it's because of Old School April.
A lot of people, oh my god, I just love seeing in the Discord the pictures of what everyone's doing. Sometimes I'll miss stories on Instagram, and I don't mean to do that because it's so hard managing two Instagram accounts. And like sometimes I just don't check, and then 24 hours happens, and then I miss people's stories that they tag Old School April, and I feel so bad. But I do keep up with the Discord pretty good, and I just love seeing people's like snacks and reads and crafts. Like it is so enjoyable.
It has been so much fun because I have not had an Eggo waffle in I don't know how long. And not only did I get one, but I got a thick and fluffy one in blueberry. And then I also got my toaster strudel in blueberry, and I ate
I
one of
I
those
ate my
that was
toaster strudel
so
yesterday.
yummy. So those are two things. So I got all three. I got Pop-Tart, toaster strudel, and my Eggo waffle all done.
So I bought all three, but I've only eaten Pop Tarts and toaster strudels. I do have Egos, but I'm saving it for I think this weekend. Paul's going out of town, so like I'm gonna be freaking snacking all weekend.
Well, I'm happy in a way, kind of. I was supposed to do like a film thing, but now I'm free the entire weekend too. So I'm
Oh,
like,
good.
ooh, I can catch up on some things. Rochella has a question. I have a quick question about Zombie-thon. To participate, you need both parts, right? Or could you just watch movies or read? You can do whatever you want for Zombie-thon. Kelsi and I have never, I mean, like we always had books and movies that we wanted to read or whatever, but we were always very loose about what we would read and watch. I've always been like that since I've done Zombie Awareness Month. I just thought since I was going to share with everyone on BookTube, I thought, well, I'll have some prompts just in case if no one has ever done Zombie Awareness Month or know what kind of literature or movies are out there. It's just something to kind of guide you. My whole opinion is if you want to just watch movies and TV shows, do that. If you just want to watch TV shows, do that. If you just want to read books, do that. If you want to do one of each, if you want to just do one thing, if you just want to come to sprints and hear me talk about zombies or my live events where I'm talking about zombies and giving you tips on how to survive the zombie apocalypse, I just want people to participate. So I'm all for whatever you want to do and no stress, no
That is
stress
the same
whatsoever.
philosophy. Like, I know a lot of people asked lots of specific questions in the Discord for Old School April, but you and I have the same philosophy about our events. Because to me, it's like no pressure. It's supposed to be fun and do as little or as much as you want and
Mm-hmm.
interpret things the way that you want.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I'm going to approach Zombiethon as well. I mean, that's how we've been doing it for years, you and I, when we did it unofficially, like not as a real readathon. In fact, the
Right.
first year I did it with you, I didn't read. I just watched
Right.
zombie movies. And then last year, I just took it upon myself to add in some books.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't even have it as like a big official
Yeah, I don't
like
even think we
thing.
talked about it last year.
We
But
we did talk about the movies, I think. Maybe.
did we?
I don't know. Maybe we
I
didn't.
don't remember. All of our years are starting to mesh together.
I
The
know.
things that we did.
I know.
Liz has seen Saturday the 14th and she says it rules. I hope it still rules. I need to watch it. I just ate the last fruit roll-up up. I still love them just as much. I love fruit roll-ups as well. They're
I bought
great.
Gushers. I haven't had
Oh,
Gushers
yeah.
in
Those are great
years.
too.
I haven't
Was-
opened them yet.
I was rocking my Old School April shirt at the rec center. I'll post a pic to my stories in Discord. That's awesome. I did order a shirt and I'm hoping it's going to come in before the
Oh my god, my shirt's still not
big
here, and
event.
I ordered it like right away because Lexi actually she's so sweet. She's the one who not only designed it, but she also put it all up on Bonfire for me.
Oh,
So
cool.
she's creating the what do you call it? Uh, the runs or whatever. Like, you know, there's
Yeah.
certain like ones. Anyway, she made like a separate one for hosts, and I ordered it right away. And they're supposed to be like order on demand, like so you're supposed to get them right away. I still haven't gotten mine. I'm dying for my shirt.
I know. I ordered last week, so I was a little bit late. I kept forgetting. My shirt just arrived the other day. Awesome.
Yay.
I did order a zombie awareness t-shirt this year. I mean,
Oh,
not a zombie awareness, a zombie research society shirt. So I
oh,
figure I'll
cool.
wear it when I'm officially talking about zombie
I
research
actually
society.
have a zombie movie recommendation video already up on my channel from last year before May hit.
Mhm.
I'll have to put that somewhere, like share it in the Discord or something. But
Yeah.
yeah, Kat, you should make something suggesting
I
different
am.
movies and books.
Well, I am going to make a recommendation video for books as well as movies. I'm thinking about combining it with my TBRs, like I did Old School April,
Yeah,
where that way I can say what I'm going to do and then give some
some
suggestions.
suggestions. That's a great
But I
idea.
would like to do one strictly for books and one strictly for movies and television shows.
That would be a great idea.
Mhm. And I'm trying to decide if I'm going to be able to do a Discord or not. I'm not sure about that yet. I have to look up and see how difficult it is to create one. I don't have. I was thinking about possibly doing a Discord from my channel and just having a section for Zombiethon.
Yeah.
Just to see. We'll see. I don't know. I still have to also create like a board, a bingo board, and some kind of graphics too. I haven't done that either yet.
Even if it's not like an exact board, because you've got a lot of bonus and replacement,
Well, I think what
you
I'm
could do like
what
a
I'm
worksheet, like a
envisioning,
printable.
I'm just envisioning trying to do something to spell out zombies. And so that way they can put whatever they want to put on there. So it may not be a traditional board like we've had in the
Yeah,
past.
like you could just do a printable if worse comes to worse, where you have like a checkbox next to the thing so people could just check it off if they want, but it won't be like a traditional board.
Right, right. Or maybe even do like a blank and they can fill in what they did, like Zombiethon, and then they can put whatever if they want to put
Yeah.
it on Instagram. So, and I haven't decided if I'm going to do a separate Instagram either. I'm still thinking about it. I completely agree. I love the complex cat and mouse game between the characters. It's so gripping. Thank you. I'm thinking of 2 to 3 reads for sure, but I kind of want May to be a slow reading month. I totally understand. There was 2 series I started last year. One is the Enemy series by Charlie Higson, and then the other one is Dead City. And when I got the second book for the Enemy, it is a chunker, and there's no way I could read that and The Girl with All the Gifts. And I want to read The Girl with All the Gifts. You gave that book to me, and it's
I
been
like
on my
I
shelf.
like that book, and it'd be interesting if you remember the movie that we watched to
Yes.
see you compare the two, because I think you'd have some interesting insights on that.
Yeah. I love the movie. So, and I do remember it pretty well enough. I rediscovered the wonder of Lunchables.
I
Yes,
bought 2
Lunchables,
Lunchables for this
those
week.
are great. Does Stephen King have any zombie books? I need to start planning my challenges around Zombie-thon. Yes, actually he does. You can consider Pet Cemetery a zombie book, and also Cell is considered one. And believe it or not, there is a short story. I read it last year, and it's actually taken from Pet Cemetery. And it's about the young guy who goes to war and he comes back as a zombie. Well, he dies in war or whatever. So that is possible. I have to look and see if there are any other Stephen King short stories, but I know those 2 are considered zombie-like. In fact, Kelsi and I read Pet Cemetery in May of last year because of Zombie Awareness Month
Yeah,
for our
because
year
we were
thing.
doing like a year project where we read a King book or short story every month of the year, and we specifically picked Pet Cemetery because of the zombie-ish vibes. Not zombie in the traditional sense, but again, that's how loose Kat and I are with our like ideas of what a readathon
Right.
should be. It's, it's up in interpretation. Be cool, read what you want, relax, have a good time. No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with movies. You got to realize like 28 Days Later is classified as a zombie movie, but it's more like a rage virus that caused this and not necessarily a zombie bite. However, when you get bit by one of these people with the rage virus, then it causes you to go into a rage too. I think movies that are similar to that are fine as well. They not necessarily in the historical sense of what a zombie is, but in my opinion, they act like them in the way that they come back reanimated that way.
Yeah.
I lived for Lunchables when I was a kid.
Yes.
Cell is a Stephen King book. That's zombies. Yes, I consider that. Oh, I have that one. Good to know. Glad you were loving it. I read the first 2, loved them, and then bought the whole set like a spaz. They sit there wondering when I will read them.
Isn't that like the story of every book lover's life? Yes.
Right. It says you can make a Discord small, a couple of channel pages, and build off of that. That's why I was kind of thinking, Linda, I could go ahead and do one for my channel, and then I could do sections for Zombie-thon, and then I could also do sections for Folklore February, which I plan on doing again in February.
Yeah, but you don't even have to start the February stuff. Like, you don't have to create that.
No, I don't have to create that right now. I'm just saying I could create my Discord channel and then start with the zombies is what I should do.
Yeah, part of me is like, it kind of sucks that there's so much great interaction on the Old School April Discord. It doesn't suck, it's great. But like, then my Discord I've been totally neglecting. I was like, should I have put it on my Discord? And then like I could have had like a bigger community on my own Discord. But I don't know, it's kind of nice because I had so many channels to have it be separate. But for the zombie thing, I think you could just make a channel for watches and reads, and then also the group read.
Right.
And then people could just talk about what they're doing in each channel, and that's not a lot of channels. So
no, it's not. And I just need to kind of see. Like I said, it's all going to be a learning experience. So hopefully everybody will be patient with that as I'm learning. I am planning on watching Dawn of the Dead remake, The Night of the Living Dead, and one cut of The Dead. I could also always rewatch Train to Busan since it is my favorite movie. Train to Busan is awesome. And if you happen to watch All of Us Are Dead, the TV show, which is beyond awesome to me. I love that show and I want it to like go a second season. They even make mention of Train to Busan. So if you've seen it, it's hilarious that they bring that up in there. pardon me, just sneaking on in here. Hello, Amy. How are you? Going to read City of the Dead by Brian Keene, a couple of short stories and 3 zombie poems. That is awesome. I love the
I've
fact
got
that
a
you're reading
plan.
zombie poems.
I'm going to be doing the group read for sure because Trekkies and zombies, yes.
Oh, I know. I can't wait. I think it's going to be great.
I think it's
I
going to be
might do The Walking Dead rewatch and be disappointed with the story all over again. I love The Walking Dead. I need to catch up on Fear the Walking Dead and World Beyond, and get prepped and ready for the new spinoffs that are going to happen. I think I'm pretty much going to watch the movie Rex and try for World War Z. Perfect. Zombie movies, Wormwood, Dead Snow. Dead Snow is awesome.
Dead Snow is
Gary.
great. Kat and I talked about Dead Snow.
Yes, it is awesome.
Somewhere, some chat we've done. I think it's our zombie chat, but I can't remember.
Wild Zero, One Chanbarara, Horde, Night of the Comet, Dead Heat, Revenant, Boneyard, Dead Girl, Biozombie, Night of the Seagulls, Black Magic 2. Those are, except for Dead Snow, I haven't heard of any of those.
Night of the Seagulls sounds intriguing to me. Is that like zombie seagulls? I want to watch it if so.
Hey, how much longer will you be sprinting? I am planning to sprint at least until 10.
Central time.
Central time, yes. Yeah. Thank you. Just got off of work. Well, hang out with us. Freaking love Train to Busan. I still need to watch All of Us Are Dead. Halco, please put that in your watch. I don't know, your watch wish list or whatever, because I think my husband and I loved it so much that we would watch an episode and then we're like, "Do you want to do one more? You want to do one more?" So we loved it. In fact, I may have to watch it again. I really liked All of Us Are Dead. I thought it was great. Just from this sprint alone, I'm ordering the next few volumes of Monster, Mallrats, and Tastes Like Candy. I love a never-ending TBR.
Me too.
It cracks me up.
I really hope you enjoy. Sorry, I really hope you enjoy Tastes Like Candy. It's one of my favorite slashers ever.
Swamp Gas has given us lots of movies. I wonder how cheesy these are. Kung Fu from Beyond the Grave, Seeding of a Ghost, Shaolin versus the Evil Dead, Haunted Cop Shop 2.
I want to watch Kung Fu, the Kung Fu one from Beyond the Grave.
I'm going to have to rewatch Night of the Living Dead because I love it, and a rewatch of Return of the Living Dead 3. It's so bad, it's good. Honestly, I would like to go see that horrifying movie, that Evil Dead movie that's coming out. I saw the previews when I went to go see John Wick 4, and oh my...
Wait, you already saw John Wick 4?
Yes, Barry and I went last week.
Oh, I want to see it so bad.
Well, of course, I love John Wick, but because I love Keanu Reeves. But yes, we went to the movies last week, and that was one of the things we did together since he was on vacation. But they had so many great previews before the movie. I'm like, I want to see that one. I want to see that one. They have this Pope's exorcism or exorcist that looks really good and creepy. And then the Evil Dead one, the mom,
I saw that
is
preview.
So freaking disturbing to me. I'm like, I don't know if I can watch this. I mean, but then I want to. I'm almost willing to go watch it by myself at the movie theater.
It does look scary.
I don't think anybody's going to go with me. Yes, I'm so excited about the new Evil Dead. It looks so brutal. It does. And the fact that it's a mom and she's after her kids just disturbs me on so many levels.
I know she's like, I remember from the preview, it's like, open the door, and then her hand comes in, and her face is all freaking creepy.
Night of the Seagulls is the last of the 4 early Blind Dead movies. I like it because it has the Templars, monks, knights from the Crusades who were accused of worshiping Satan.
That sounds like fun. Oh my God.
We're going to have to see
about
this.
Not zombie seagulls.
We're going to have to see about this, Kelsi. Could you imagine us having a discussion about it?
Oh, I didn't tell you. Speaking of our discussions, I think I'm going to do a watch party for Driller Killer.
Oh!
Not zombie related, I'm sorry. Bad movie related. Just for I think it'd be funny to make fun of it with other people.
Driller Killer is really bad.
I know.
Although I forgot, I'm going to have to go back and look on Letterboxd and what I gave it. Maybe a half star.
It is, I will admit it is bad, guys, but it is going to
Oh
be fun to make fun
gosh.
of it, and I'm gonna
Oh,
skip the girl on girl shower scene.
oh gosh.
Sorry, guys.
It is
I'm
so
skipping
crazy. It is crazy. That's all I can say.
it.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there are some boring parts, but it just reminds me so much of frickin' the book I read by Kathy Koja, The Cipher. Like the feel and the grunginess of the book is so much like Driller Killer. It's scary how similar it is.
Amy says she's probably going to watch the Pet Cemetery remake since she owns it, never watched it, and that counts for zombies, right? Of course it counts for zombies.
We watched
I
that
will
last year.
be extremely interested, Amy, to hear your thoughts on that remake because Kelsi and I did not agree
We didn't.
on that, but it will be interesting to hear your thoughts or to see what you have to say about that. So you'll have to keep me posted for sure after you watch it for Zombie-thon. So are we ready for another sprint?
Let's go. I was doing this, but it went like this. Let's go. Yes.
I'm planning on going to eat some dinner, at least for the first half of mine.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
for
gonna make
sure.
ramen. That is what I'm eating for
Cool.
dinner.
We're eating, Barry and I are going to split a grilled cheese and split some, I don't know, either it's a Panera potato soup or the broccoli and cheese one.
Ooh, I love
He's
a good
home
potato
tonight, so he is cooking it for us or
soup.
fixing it for us.
Ooh,
I'm
how
excited.
fancy and nice.
I know. Okay, let me get this started and share it.
Good luck,
Woot woot.
everybody.
See y'all in a little bit. Happy
Bye.
reading. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm at a really good part in the book.
Ooh. Ooh.
I can't wait to read the rest.
I did not read. I ate my ramen, which actually turned out to be pretty good, and I got into planning mode, and now I'm looking up zombie books, and I just ordered some. So
That's awesome.
freaking planning mode. Now I'm like, oh no, I was in like a good like place to read, and then I'm like, oh no, I want to like Google stuff and like order
I know.
books.
Well, I did eat and then talked to Barry for a few minutes and then just read for a couple of pages. But this is like crazy what just happened. So I'm just like, oh no, not expecting this. So I'm really kind of scared about what kind of people. But I also got mail, and you're not going to believe what I got. You're going to die.
Is it the shirt? How'd you get your shirt before me? Where is my shirt?
I don't know. You better check because I ordered mine last week and it said that it wasn't going to be in until almost the end, like closer
That is so
to the
weird.
end. And then I also got this beautiful book called Life in Five Senses, which most people on this channel probably aren't going to read, but it's Gretchen Rubin's new book. Look how pretty it is.
I know you like Gretchen Rubin.
And it's like embossed. It's all about your senses and like her journey and exploring them or whatever. And she actually has a quiz that you can take to figure out what your most neglected sense is.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's, I'm going to take that quiz because I'm curious to see. I think
mine's scent.
You think yours is scent?
Yeah, because like people smell things that I don't. That sounds weird, like to say that phrase out loud. I'm not talking about anything gross. I just mean like, you know, I don't really smell flowers that powerfully and stuff like that. Sorry, Jackson is barking, by the way.
Well, it could be that you don't do enough to bring it out or something. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what it is. And then I did check to see Jackson. It is The Haunting. The Haunting is my
that's the one. That's the exact copy I have too.
Which I think the cover is great. It's got neon.
Yeah.
You know, so it looks creepy. It looks creepier than The Reckoning, but
honestly, though, The Reckoning is still, I think, the most brutal Ruby Jean Jensen book I've read. The other, so is it 2 or 3 I've read? I mean, is it 3 or 4 I've read now? I've read Chain Letter, The Reckoning, House of Illusions, and that one with the skeleton, Wait and See. So I've read 4 Ruby Jean Jensen books so far, and I honestly think The Reckoning was the most brutal. Like, remember that dude who got torn up in The Reckoning? Like, oh, that was so crazy.
The Reckoning was scary to me too,
it just had a bad ending.
Because of the premise of the children and the fact, you know how I am about anything that stops and stares at you and you can't figure out what's going to happen. That freaks me out, to have somebody just like staring at you and not moving, even if they're far away. It's like, because at any moment they could take off in a sprint and then try to kill you.
I just don't know, like Ruby Jean Jensen after The Reckoning, it kind of went downhill in terms of maybe it's just too slow paced for me, because all the other ones didn't feel as fast paced as The Reckoning or as like gory as The Reckoning did. But I'm gonna still give her a chance. Like, you know, Rachel said The Haunting was good. She said she liked that better than The Reckoning, so we'll see. Also, you know, I told you Cameron's reading Mama by Ruby Jean Jensen,
right?
But he even called it cozy horror, which means to me slower.
Right.
We'll see.
More like a slow burn.
Yeah, maybe I have to be in a mood or something for it.
Crystal says she supports your ramen for dinner.
It was good, but not as good as your ramen always looks. You gotta tell me your secrets, Crystal. Your ramen looks the best.
Andrew gets ramen from, he likes to get ramen from Kieran, the sushi place that we go to.
Every time you say Andrew now, I just think of Andrew, Andrew, not your son Andrew. I'm always like, you know where
I should say my Andrew. Do you guys ever read anything that scares you to the point where you can't push forward? Trying to think. Pet Cemetery kind of was like that for me when I first read it, but I was also in high school, so it was kind of creepy, and I also babysat for a little boy that reminded me of Gage Creed. And I probably told this story once before, and I apologize if I have, but I was babysitting and I was looking in their like cabinet, and it was like a real tall cabinet, and it was cut in half. So you had the top door and then a bottom door. Well, he was like 3 or 4, something like that. And I happened to be looking in there for something. And when I closed the door, he was standing there, like just staring at me, like because he had gone to bed. I had put him
Yeah.
to bed. So he was like sleepy, but just staring there. Like I'm like,
That's
it gave me a
scary.
heart attack because I'm like, oh, kind of thing. But I don't, but that's really probably the only thing. Movies make me more like that than books.
Me too.
And I think it's because I can kind of control myself with a book to the point that I can distance myself or like
Yeah.
not make it as horrific. Whereas if I look at something, for example, Terrifier, I literally texted Kelsi and was like, I don't know if I can finish this movie. This movie
Oh,
is terrible.
and Terrifier 2, Kat was literally like grabbing my arm in the movie theater and like mumbling like, no,
It was, I couldn't
It was
even
so
believe it.
funny.
Like I was literally like this, and there were people in front of us that had their eyes glued to the screen. I'm just like, I cannot even look at this. I
They didn't
cannot.
even like flinch once. I was like, what's wrong with
None.
these people?
None. And I was just like, it was terrible. So
I
I'm
will
more
say
like
I was also scared for Terrifier 2.
Terrifier 2 was worse than Terrifier 1.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
in terms
I
of
don't even know
brutality.
how that is even possible.
It was so
Well, they
like
also had an
brutal.
extra element in Terrifier 2 that they didn't have in the first one, and that
Yeah.
extra element was terrible as well. In the book. Oh yeah.
I've never been so afraid of a book I couldn't finish, but I have a heart of stone when it comes to books. I don't know.
Yes, Liz, I think you would like this. I really do think you would enjoy this. You'll have to go take the quiz. I'll have to find out where it is and I'll email you so that you can take it. It's free. And of course, Gretchen loves for people to take her quiz. I also took the quiz to know what my tendency is. That's how I know I'm a questioner. And I ended up taking it twice because I questioned the results. And that's one of the things they say is
The results.
you are a questioner if you take the test again because you're questioning the validity of the test.
I think I'm a questioner because I took the Harry Potter house sorting test like I think like 10 times. Because at first I got Gryffindor. I'm like, there's no way I'm a Gryffindor. There's like no way. And then I got Hufflepuff. And then I was like, well, am I really a Hufflepuff? And I took it again. And I did get Hufflepuff again.
Yeah.
I used to think I was a Ravenclaw, but I'm a proud Hufflepuff now. But I do still own some Gryffindor merch because technically that was the first thing I was sorted into.
Well,
Whatever.
I am a proud and loyal Hufflepuff too.
I know. Hufflepuff.
Woohoo! I prefer to live my life in 6 senses. The 6th sense is cats. Awesome, Andrew. Awesome. There's your Andrew.
My Andrew.
I read 3 short stories in Skeleton Crew by Stephen King. The Wedding Gig, 1 star. Pretty much just fat shaming. Paranoid, A Chant, 3.5. Conspiracies Galore, and The Raft, 4.5. Great creature story. I've heard a lot of great things about The Raft. I haven't read any of those stories in there. I think Skeleton Crew is the one that also has the mist in it, if I'm not mistaken. Also, talking about Mindy just put out an announcement video about Horror Mayhem, and there are no specific prompts. So if you are participating in Lexi's Haunted House Escape Room or in Zombie-thon or both of those, it can also count for Mindy's Horror Mayhem, which I think sounds awesome.
Yeah, I've got to watch your video, Mindy, but I'm excited.
Yeah, it's really cool, and I love the play on words. I really do. I'm doing 2 readathons in May so far, and the amount of books I want to order is ridiculous.
Yeah, I just ordered 5 books.
Yeah, I ordered books for Zombie-thon because and I'm going to share all those when I do my TBR. but I ordered a nonfiction book that I thought was pretty cool. It's more like theory, but it's like essays. And so I think that it's going to be interesting. And then the 2 books, actually 2 are for in a series, but then I ended up buying the 3rd. I get kind of worried if I buy into a series and I don't buy it kind of all at one time.
Well, yeah, but you might not like it.
I know. So that's why I'm kind of like, I do think I'll be okay with the one that's the trilogy because I really enjoyed the first one. I don't know if it's middle grade or YA. Might be more middle grade. Hey, Jenny. Hi, Faith. After how Horror Store ended, I asked Grady Hendrix for a sequel. I don't think I'll get one.
No.
I finished my book. Now I'm eating Sonic ice cream and watching Buffy.
Oh, hell yeah.
That sounds great. Finished Saga Volume 9, and now I'm crushed. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh,
no.
He doesn't know where to get ramen.
Oh.
You were talking about Andrew. He's like, I do not.
Guess what, Andrew? It's my Andrew, and he gets ramen on Mondays at Kieran. That's the only time they have it at Kieran, is on Mondays.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my
God, Terrified 2 is a masterpiece. Yes, but it is horrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know if I could ever watch them again. I mean,
I don't know.
That is all my friend Ray's fault, because Ray was like, have you ever seen The Terrifier?
I know. And then we watched it because of him. Bye, Andrew. Hi and bye.
Hi and bye. Peace out. Have a good night.
Feel better.
Yes, please feel better. I get Gryffindor every time. So apparently Mindy takes it multiple times too. Mindy, is that because she want to be in a different house? Okay, Amy's doing Zombie-thon, Horror Mayhem, and Lexi's Escape the Haunted House one. So 3 readathons. Who even am I? Well, I think the Horror Mayhem is awesome because whatever you're reading for the other 2 can go together. And Kelsi seems to think that anything you read for Lexi's, I mean, you could read zombie-related stuff for Lexi's, perhaps.
Yeah.
So that might be good. Whose team are you on for the haunted house, or do you not want to say?
Me? Oh, I'm on film crew.
You're on film crew, but I'm wondering what Amy joined.
Amy, what did you join? I hope film
Amy
crew.
Wants to know.
It's okay if it's not film crew. Whatever. Film crew. I will say, I'm pretty sure you can read almost anything. Lexi has confirmed when she heard me ask about this, like I forgot in a live video or something, she confirmed that the prompts that will be revealed, the secret prompts that will only be revealed during the month, are all going to be very general, to where you basically can mood read and read what you want. Well, so she basically confirmed that. So,
well, I think that that's smart for Lexi to do that, because you don't know what your prompt's going to be until you escape throughout the room. So it's not like you can really have, like, bought a book or have a book for a specific prompt if you don't have those books or whatever at the time.
Right. And so
okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just going to say, I'm going to like pick out, I think 5 or 6 zombie books, and then use my TBR Uno game to pick a few other books out.
Oh,
and
good.
Then I'm going to hopefully have that list and see where I could fit what into where. Mm-hmm. And I think it should all work out.
Right. I think that would be cool.
I'm doing it. I'm going to try that way.
And see how it works out.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, we want you to escape from the haunted house. That's what's important.
We'll see. I don't know. We will see what happens. I might be stuck in there for life.
Oh, no. That would be terrible.
I know.
Faith says, I want to participate in a readathon in May, but not sure on timing as I'm going back to work after being on maternity leave. I totally understand that. I think if you want to read horror, if that's a genre you want to do, you could participate in the Horror Mayhem, because there are no specific prompts for that except to read shorter fiction and short stories. So you could read a short novella, some short stories. I think Mindy said that it's like 250 pages and under. So that would be something great. If you wanted to participate in Zombie-thon, there's all kinds of different prompts. You don't have to follow them necessarily, but you can even read a picture book or a comic book for that. which doesn't, take a long time to do, or even middle grade. Sometimes there's some middle grade out there. I mean, I know I'm reading at least 2 middle grade books. And for the escape room, do you have to read a certain page count for that, Kelsi? I thought Lexi said like not super short, but not.
I don't think she has a limit or a like, I don't think there's any kind of limit on it length. You just have to pick how many books per month you usually read, like a range of books. So if you were to join a team, Faith, you would just have to estimate what you think you could do in May, kind of keep it in mind that you might read less than usual. So when you go to fill out and sign up, just pick your team and make sure you put the amount of books, because she's using that to average points, or I don't know how the averaging works, but it's very specific and she's got the math figured out. But speaking of middle grade, this is a book I bought for May for Zombie Awareness Month. Now, it's not traditional zombies. It's like a cute little coming of age book about these kids making a zombie movie.
Oh, that would be fun though.
I just think it's so cute and thematic. And I love Jeff Strand, who I've only read adult horror from. So I'm interested to read. I think this is more of like a YA book. Maybe I don't think it's necessarily middle grade per se, but you could definitely tell that it's for younger people. It's like bigger font, and I'm excited about this just because it'll be different, and he's always got great humor. So
yeah,
and
I
it's
love
on
theme. I love the cover. Yes,
I know.
It is
ketchup. It's ketchup, but it looks like blood.
I know. Amy is a partier.
Ooh, that's cool. I'm sad you're not on the film crew, but I forgive you. No!
Partiers.
Film crew.
Oh, yay. Elizabeth's on team film crew for you, Kelsi.
Yay.
I am doing no TBR for next month. Just going with the flow. Excellent. Yes.
Oh, a vacationer.
And, well, Crystal's a vacationer. I figured I'd be a partier in a fictional realm since I'm not at all that way in real life.
I couldn't be a partier because I'm too much that, like, lately I'm a little too much of that in real life during sprints and stuff.
Our rope crewman said, I forgot to read this past sprint. Oh, well, you have more chances because I'm sprinting until at least 10. Yay. So whatever comes first. And thank you for the information. Of course, Faith, like I said, I mean, I don't really know many people who put on any kind of readathons, at least none that I've experienced, where they're so hardcore that you can't just read a book or two or just read the group read. That's another thing. Zombieathon does have a group read if you want to read a humorous zombie book. But I think you read whatever you want to read, mood read, and if it fits a prompt in your mind, go for it. That's how I feel about it. I'm doing 2 readathons too, Escape the Readathon and Bookathon, but want to do Cat Readathon, and I'm on the Ghost Tour. Ooh,
Ghost Tour. I think that's Andrew's and Amy's team. I know the partiers is Katrina because she made a joke about licking a frog as a party. It's a whole long thing. We got into a big joke thing about it. I don't know. It was awesome.
My TBR next month will be the same as Elizabeth. Well, perfect. Yeah, I January I didn't have a TBR because I had 3 months back to back in 2022, and I was really tired, and so I didn't have a TBR, and it was fine. I mean, I read books for book clubs and stuff like that, but Kelsi, you party on your sprints since when?
Nice sarcasm there. Yeah, I've been a little crazy lately on my sprints.
Yeah, she's likes to party on those sprints. But at least didn't you read in the beginning and hang? I couldn't make it.
The last 2 times I read for like 3 sprints in the beginning, and then it ends up being 10 hours, and then like the last tons of hours were never sprints, but whatever.
You're just hanging out. Well, as long as you tell people that, then they'll know to do it, and then they just party at the end.
I will say this Saturday night, the same thing, and maybe even more hardcore because Paul won't be home. So I will literally, I know Andrew always likes to joke. My Andrew always likes to joke about how, oh, Kelsi, you're saying you're going to go till 2 or 3, and then you get tired and say you're going to end it. But like, I end it for everyone else's benefit. I could go till 4. I might go till 4 because when Paul's away, Kelsi's going to be jumping around partying. I might even do a
Falls
spoof.
away, Kelsi's gonna play.
Yes, I might do a spoof on Home Alone for my vlog where I'm like in front of the TV and like eating ice cream. And I'm gonna be like, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. Somebody better come out and stop me. And then I might jump on the bed and be like, Paul's gone. I don't know. It'd be funny to spoof Home Alone because it's old school.
Yeah, I think that would be hilarious, actually. I'm making May mood read May, so I won't have a TBR either. I think that's great, especially when you come off of a readathon that you've done hardcore, because that pretty much was what happened with me. I mean, you need
Christmas
a break.
Evil, yeah.
Christmas
By the way,
Evil, yeah. But
Christmas
I mean, I had
Evil.
3 back to back because I had October with all my spooky reads. November, I was finishing up, and then I had 3 challenges going on, and then Christmas Evil. But you want to participate. That's the thing. You want to do it all.
And guys, Christmas Evil is coming back in December all month long, and it's going to be just as hardcore, if not more, because we're adding like hosts and other people who can sprint and stuff. So there'll be more sprints, more hopefully watch parties. Hopefully Discord still allows us to do watch parties by December. We'll see. But also we're doing Christmas Evil in July, but it's only 2 weeks and it's very stress-free. Like the board's going to have 3 reading prompts, 3 watching prompts, and 3 Instagram prompts.
You don't have dates for that yet, do you? What, 2 weeks?
I can't remember if Kelly and I decided if it was the beginning or the end. I got to look in our chat, but I'll know after the sprint.
Because I am going to be doing an acting workshop in July, and it's called Amityville 74. So I don't know if it's something creepy. I haven't gotten the script yet, but I was invited to do it at the Columbia. So of course I was like, hell yeah. Especially if it's going to be scary.
It kind of sounds like it will be from the name.
I'm thinking so, but their workshop and it, Tommy Jameson, who is the person that wrote the playwright that wrote House on Haunted Hill.
Yeah.
He is the one that's writing this. He's like the theater's resident playwright now. And so I have a feeling maybe I'm keeping my fingers crossed because I would love to do something scary. Amy says, I make a TBR. I don't usually stick to the TBR. I make a TBR too, and it seems like I'm carrying books over until the next month. I am going to have a pile. That's why I have 23 books to read this year. It's 23 books from last year I didn't get to read. And then I'm already starting a pile for this year. So, ooh, the greatest zombie movie ever sounds so cute. Adding it to my TBR. I know, it sounds very cute.
I'm very excited about it.
My son picked my team. Okay, so that's how she got on her team. Same here, Amy. It's more like a loose suggestion. I like that. A loose, or like I've heard it mentioned on some channels, a pile of possibilities.
Mindy says that a lot, a pile of possibilities.
Yeah, so does Mitzi. Kelsi, have you read How to Survive a Horror Movie by Seth Grahame-Smith?
I'm pretty sure I own that. I think I
love Seth Grahame-Smith. I need to check this out. That's
I have not read it.
And Zombies. He's also Abraham Lincoln vampire.
Oh, really?
Killer. Yeah. And also he wrote a book about the wise men. I think it's called Unholy Night. I might read that for Christmas Evil.
Oh, by the way, real quick, it's at the end of July because we want to avoid July 4th. So I think the last 2 weeks of July is what we're aiming for.
Okay. I might be finished with my workshop then. So
cool.
Not that I can't read during the time. I just don't know how intense it's
you're probably going to be really busy though.
Well, it's only for a week. So it's like the duration of like my dinner theaters that I do at the Columbia.
So I own this book that Faith talked about, but I haven't read it yet. But it looks so short and small. I might try to do it maybe in October might be a good month for it.
I like him. I've stuck to it for Old School April pretty well, though. Yeah, I'm doing okay with Old School April. The only thing I'm concerned about is that I won't finish everything on my TBR just because of time. And I think the one book that I might not get to, looking at my stack, is going to be In Every Generation, which really makes me sad. Because that's so a carry. Good. I know, it's a carryover from 2022. And I put it on the list because I'm like, yes, I'll finally get to it. But I have a feeling... I don't know. I can't say, but we'll see. I mean, it's still early. Paul won't be home. Who is going to feed you, Kelsi?
I know. I do have lots of Lunchables and crazy nostalgic snacks that I bought literally for this weekend while he was gone so that I will not starve. Also, this is how ridiculous I am and inept at being an adult I am. Paul and I are like, oh, let's order pizza on Friday night. So the leftovers, he's like, so yeah, the leftovers, you could heat them up and eat them while I'm gone. I'm like, yeah, I got food. So we literally are
Well, you could
planning.
always have your mom and dad cook for you.
That's true, but they know that I've been kind of MIA this month because of Old School April a little. I saw them on Easter though.
That's good. Jenny says, and when I saw it was Andrew's team, I was happier.
Yay!
I'm so glad I'm 3 hours behind Kelsi because I can't stay up that late anymore. I can't either. I mean, I end up going to bed before she's off. That's for sure. I'm also thinking mood read May. It's been 3 months of multiple readathons, so my brain needs a break. I get it. I just started teaching a new class. I can't double down on reading until the month of July unless I fully mood read my way through late spring, early summer. What are you teaching? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yes.
I want to do a cryptid readathon in September, but I don't know how I want to do it yet. This sounds awesome.
Yes, I'm doing a Clown Carnival readathon, but it's just for my Patreon. That's like 2 weeks long in September. But I do have 3 Mothman books that I want to read, and I'm supposed to do a vlog on actually 4 Mothman books, and I don't know when I'm going to read them. Maybe September if you do.
That would be good if she does a cryptid one.
Yeah,
that would be
I could do
awesome.
all the Mothman for that.
I think that would be great. Do you guys think you could survive a zombie apocalypse? I can. I know all the skills.
No, I think I'd die. I can't even feed myself when my boyfriend's gone.
I would survive. I would survive. I have learned a lot from The Walking Dead.
You took notes.
I took notes, yes. I have all my survival gear. The only way that they could get me is if for some reason I don't set up like my can perimeter well enough when I'm like sleeping and they get me in my sleep, or I happen to be walking somewhere and there's one in the ground and it grabs my leg and bites me. Then I would be like,
like, oh shit, no.
I think you would just have to go somewhere cold. As much as I don't like the cold, I mean, they really, well, although in dead snow, it's snowing and they have them, but realistically, I don't think they're supposed to move very fast in snow.
Not if it involves running, you wouldn't survive.
You should see my pile of possibilities for May. I pulled out every collection, anthology, and novella on my shelves. I want to read them all. I am so bad at choosing. I know it's so hard because you feel like it's finality, like you're making this final decision and you cannot change it once it's like in stone on a piece of paper. But honestly, I need to get over that. Honestly. I highly recommend Tales from the Gas Station by Jack Townsend. It's like Clerks with the paranormal and an adult Gravity Falls.
I took a picture of it so I wouldn't forget. That's ridiculous. I could have written it down, but I was like, it'd be easier to just take a picture.
Yeah, you could be like me and write it on 10,000 Post-it notes. Kelsi will have a strict diet of Peeps. Yes. Yeah, well, she will wipe out Cracker Barrel. Like, you know how Woody Harrelson's character likes the Twinkies? Yeah. Kelsi will be with the Peeps. She'll go to Cracker Barrel.
So many Peeps, and I brought so many Peeps. Like, you guys should see the stack of Peep packages I have from Kat, myself, and my dad from Easter. It's like this big. I'm not joking. I will have to eat a shitload of Peeps this weekend.
Pips.
I'll have to eat a shitload of Pips. No, to Peeps.
I teach English language to adults in the morning and reading, writing, spelling to children in the afternoon. That is awesome. I love that. I taught language arts for many years. Of course, I taught all subjects for a long time too, to little kids. I'd like to hope I'd survive. I'm pretty good under pressure. I think you would survive, Crystal. I feel it. I guess I should start planning the readathon.
That would be fun.
That would be fun. I would love to read for that. I will survive. I will survive. Yep.
Hey.
I would not survive a zombie apocalypse because there would be running and I'd probably have to be dirty. Now, if Daryl Dixon becomes a real person and he's with me, I'm staying alive to see him.
I do love him.
I love him too. Oh, he is so cute. Yeah,
that's a good point. Like, I would hate having my hair dirty. I would hate that so much. My hair would be so greasy. Ugh.
You could cut your hair, and that way it'd be easier to wash, or you'd have to constantly have it in a ponytail.
I'd look so bad if my hair was cut short.
Well, then
No.
I think you would constantly have to have it in a ponytail.
Yeah,
But the bad thing about having long hair is that a zombie can grab you.
I
A
know.
human can grab you. So it's probably better for you to have it like in a hat, or like maybe put it in a bun with a hat on it, or have short hair. I tell everyone I will let them turn me into one because I don't want to run too much. I would be one of the first to die for sure. Oh my gosh. I thought Kelsi was turning British there for a second. Pip, pip. I must eat those peeps.
Don't play your English language students my clips. They'll be like, this is how not to speak English, like, correctly.
Oh my gosh.
Pip, pip. I must
Pip,
eat
pip.
those peeps.
Pip, cheerio.
Pip, pip, peepio.
I think when you eat your peeps online, you should say pip, pip before you bite into
I
one.
should. Pip. That would be great.
I would just get supplies and hide as long as possible. That is a great idea, honestly.
I love this. Just
I
the
wouldn't be
defeat.
able to handle the stress of an apocalypse. I'd just let them take me.
Just take me, please.
me.
I don't want to be
Not
stressed
me.
out.
I am going to fight until the end. Till the end. The thing about it is, if the zombie apocalypse happened now, it would be awful because I would have my 2 dogs. I would hope that my boys would take their 2 cats, but if not, I would be having 2 dogs, 2 cats, and poor Ice Cream Bar. I would probably have to let Ice Cream Bar loose so he could survive. Would he survive if he's been like taken care of all this time? I mean, that just makes me sad to think. So I just don't even know what to do because, dogs attract zombies because they can't freaking not bark. I mean, it's good and bad. It's pros and cons. They bark to let you know the zombie's coming, but then when they bark, they draw the zombies to you.
Yes. I don't know. That would be difficult.
I am worried about Dog the entire time on The Walking Dead. That's Daryl's dog. His name is Dog. And it stresses me out to no end about Dog. I'm so afraid that something's going to happen to him. I'm like, no.
Zombie snakes.
Okay, where are we at?
At the very bottom.
I wouldn't be able. Oh yes, and then zombie snakes. I know, my poor Ice Cream Bar. He's not mine. He's actually Andrew's, but
it feels like yours sometimes.
I did have to take care of him when Andrew was in France. I had to feed him and everything, and change his water, and hope that he didn't get me. Because Ice Cream Bar, when he's hungry, he like hunts you. Like he's like after you because he's like, ooh, food. I'd say I could survive the apocalypse pretty well because I've become very good at Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. But I only became very good at it because I've died about 500 times. Well, the good news is since you've died so much in the game, you'll be awesome in real life with these zombie coming. And I mean, it also depends, guys. If you have zombies from the original Night of the Living Dead, where they walk about 1 micrometer per hour, they are the slowest zombies ever. I don't even know how they catch people.
I don't know either.
Honestly, I do not. I mean, they can not. They're even so slow when they try to reach for you. Like, so if they even tried to touch you, you still could run.
Yeah,
true. I don't know. Now, if you have World War Z zombies, that would be worse because they freaking run, climb, and everything. And that's just not normal zombie behavior.
I know.
I don't think I could definitely survive the Walking Dead zombies and Night of the Living Dead zombies. I could not survive World War Z zombies. I don't think.
Either. No way.
I don't think so. Especially if you have a ton of them coming after you.
The comments are so great.
Dawn of the Dead remake zombies are impossible to survive. Yes, that's true. That's the one at the mall, isn't it?
The one that I watched? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Well, then there's a remake as well.
Well, I'm talking about like the one where they're at the mall with the guy from Modern Family. The dad, Phil.
Oh, the remake one?
I think so. But they run in that one. They run. I don't know if I can handle that. No running zombies.
No running. I'm
I
moving
move
slow
as slow as them, so maybe I could just blend. Well, you could do like in The Walking Dead where they put like the zombie mask on in Alpha's group and like walk with the herd and rub guts all over you.
I'd be too scared that they'd catch me.
With your luck, Kelsi, your cell phone or something will go off.
Yeah, it'll say, "Keep the change, you filthy animal," and all the zombies will be like, "What?" And then they'll come get me because that's my ringtone.
Liz says that I'd wind up in the governor's fish tank for sure. Oh no, that would be awful. 2004's Dawn of the Dead showed the zombies can swim. World War Z shows you can survive if you're sick.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
true, but I don't want to be sick. I saw a zombie movie from Korea that some of the zombies got so smart. Was that wasn't Train to Busan? Was that the one where the guy was stuck in his apartment building? Because that one was really good. It was like hashtag, I think it was called #Alive.
Yes, I remember you watching that.
I liked that movie too. That was very intense and stressful. Hi, ladies. I just jumped on here quickly to say hello as I'm helping my son with his math homework.
Aww.
I hate math. I hate math too.
Me too.
I am not good at math at all. I hate it. But hello, Kelly. I hope you've been doing well. She is a sweetheart. Shoot, I totally forgot Zack Snyder directed Dawn of the Dead 2004. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I just watched that last year or the year before.
I want to say I watched that one too.
I don't remember if you did or if we both did.
I think I did because I think I was looking for it.
Now I'm going to have to go look up our movie marathons from the last 2 years and remember
I know.
what we watched.
Well, I have it on there, so I know I'm not going to try to repeat. Well, of course, I am going to watch Shaun of the Dead because I always watch Shaun of the Dead. But I'm not counting it in my group. It's going to be the same way my Christmas marathons are, where I always watch Elf and I always watch Love Actually, but I don't include it on my list.
Yeah.
Because I watch it every year. I ain't covering myself in any guts. Hell nope.
Yeah.
I can't wait for us to have a whole zombie conversation. Oh, yeah. #Alive. I want to watch that one too. I loved it, Mindy. I think you would enjoy it. I have to watch Alive now. Yes, Helco, you have to. It's very good, in my opinion.
She's going to watch it.
I think so. I think you would love it. I loved it. And the poor little guy, he's just precious. I feel so sorry for him. It's very high energy and intense. I have to remember, what was that zombie movie that was so ridiculous where they had the bike off?
I was going to ask you where they had the bike racing.
ZL Zombie, something like that. But it was totally ridiculous. I think it was from Malaysia.
I'm going to
have to look it up. Detention of the Dead was a funny zombie movie. Detention of the Dead. I've never heard of that. I need to write this down.
I'm looking it up for you.
I only watch 7 zombie movies and then I watch my shows and then my books. So
let's see.
I got to be very precise about what I watch.
Where are you?
No, it was not. It was in high school. It was on Netflix. And I want to finally start the Kingdom series. I do too. The Kingdom series has been on my list to watch for a couple of years. And I have not been able to start it yet. But this year I might be able to. I have a couple of series to recommend to y'all that are foreign TV shows that I thought were fabulous. And hopefully y'all would like them too if you want to check them out.
So it was KL Zombie.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one that I wanted to watch it last year, but I ran out of time. Because you had watched it 2 years ago, and you watched #Alive 2 years ago too.
Oh gosh, has it been 2 years?
Little Monsters, 100%. If you like zombie comedies with heart.
Yes.
I loved Little Monsters. That was like one of my favorites that I watched.
I liked it except for that funky dude in there.
You didn't like Josh Gad's character.
No, I hated his character so much.
Yeah,
I'm beginning to fade. So, well, thank you, ladies, for the sprints and go to sleep. Hoping everyone has a great night. Goodbye, Rachel. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. So if zombies become very smart, then do we still call them zombies? They could be smart zombies.
Yeah, I guess so. Zombievers, is that a movie?
It's terrible, but I love it.
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't know if anything could be as bad as KL zombies. It's like the
Well, I
most
mean,
ridiculous.
a bike off where it's like their bike breakdancing, that does sound pretty
It was
bad.
weird. I've never seen Warm Bodies. Is that movie as funny as the trailer seemed, or is it mega lame? Warm Bodies is cute. It's like a romantic zombie movie.
Yeah, that's what I've
Yeah, I
heard.
mean it is like a romance, and the zombies like are thinking about, their predicament and all that. Hi guys, been seeing cool stuff for Zombie-thon next month. Yay! How you doing, Rally Reviews? I'm getting excited about it, and talking
Yeah,
about it
now
makes me even more excited.
yeah, now I just wanna plan more reads even though I've already hit my 6-book thing that I was gonna do. I'm already like, "This one, this one, this one."
I
It's
know.
ridiculous. I ordered that collection that I gave to you. I
Oh,
luckily
good.
found a used copy. I thought it was gonna be it is expensive on, Amazon for a physical copy, but I found it on, like, a used bookstore place somewhere else.
Oh,
But
good.
the audio is free for anyone. There's a zombie compendium edited by where I have to edited by Otto. You sent me the picture, so I'm
Yeah,
looking at
I
it.
sent yeah.
Otto Penzler, and it's got stories from Edgar Allan Poe, Richard Matheson,
Mhm.
H.P. Love. So basically, just a collection of different people's short stories. Joe R. Lansdale. I know when I was flipping through it before I gave it to you, Kat, I saw Richard Lehman had one in there.
Oh, no.
I want to read the Richard Lehman one. He's not for everybody. Do not go reading that story saying I said to, because then I'll get in trouble. But anyway, yes, I am going to buy that book, but the audio is free right now. If you, I think just it's free in general for some reason.
Jenny, All of Us Are Dead on Netflix is phenomenal, in my opinion. I loved it. I want to rewatch it. I loved it so much. You going to go play some Plants vs. Zombies? That would be kind of fun. Another ridiculous movies is Scout's
Yes,
Guide to the
yes, we
Zombie
were.
Apocalypse. I
Kat and I
love that
watched
movie.
it and we
I love
reviewed
that
it
movie.
and we talked about how the penis humor was actually good penis humor
Yes, it was
versus what is bad
hilarious.
penis humor.
It was hilarious. My husband and I watched that together, and in that scene, like Barry and I were like laughing so hard we were crying. It is so crazy. Cooties is a movie where teachers have to deal with students that become zombies. Cooties is also awesome.
I
I
hated
watched that, I think,
Cooties.
last year. I think I
Yeah.
watched that last
I
year.
did too because of you, and I did. I mean, not because of you, but I like to have movies in common with Kat so we could have discussions after we have like a wrap up of the month. And I did not like
It
Cooties
was
because
ridiculous.
I just thought it was too much bathroom humor. I was like, I want something, and I love the actors, a lot of the actors in it. So I'm like, this is
Mhm.
so weird that I didn't like it. It was just too much bathroom stuff for me. I couldn't handle it. I was like, no, 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 no,
No, no, no, no, no.
not for me.
Okay, I think it's time for us to do some sprinting. So we'll do another 45 minutes.
Sounds good.
So I hope everyone does well with that. I'm going to read. I want to see this comment. Is there such a
Yeah,
thing as too much bathroom humor? Apparently, for Kelsi, there is.
well, kinda, a little. Yeah. Depends on the context, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it depends on the context. Okay, so let me share our screen with our kitty cat. And we will see you folks in a little bit. Happy reading. I stopped it before it meowed.
I'd say I didn't hear it meow.
I stopped it.
That's evil. In a nice way.
Meow. Oh, so we left off with Jenny saying that she has not read a zombie book, so she has to read some. And Swamp Gas said he was able to make it through Zombie Beavers. We have someone that just saw us on for Reader's Retreat.
Oh.
Swamp Gas says that you should have a Peeps pizza.
No, just
interesting.
Peeps by themselves, not on a pizza.
If it's a dessert pizza, it might taste good.
True.
Liz left us. She told us to have a good night. Christine left us. She told us to have a good night. Amy, hello.
Oh God, no.
MMPR with Kelsi and Andrew's commentary. And then Katrina, she said, Alex and I have been watching Bubba Hotep. It's so weird.
I've never heard of that before.
Me either.
But Amy, I hope it's not too bad. I listened to the first 16 minutes and then I forgot to listen to the rest. And Andrew's like, you did re-listen to it, right? I'm like, kinda.
Oh no.
And I really do know that I said weird things at the end because we were getting pretty drunk near the end of that one. And then we recorded 2 more after that.
So when you say you recorded it, you did it all strictly audio?
Yeah, Andrew recorded it on his end.
Okay, I see.
But yeah, so what we did was we played the video. We each played the video and we kind of had it paused. And then we said to people, okay, we're going to say 3, 2, 1, and on go, you will press go. Right now we're paused on like 2 seconds on the beginning of the 20th Century Fox logo, that type of thing. So people could watch along with the volume low to our commentary.
Okay, I see. That's pretty cool. Mindy read 14 pages of Carrying Comfort this time. That is pretty good. And Elizabeth finished volume 2 of Tales from the Gas Station. And now I'm on volume 3 and I'm already laughing.
Cool.
Sounds fun. I started and DNF'd The Vegetarian. It's a big fat no from me.
Oh no.
Ooh. And then, it's a Bruce Campbell movie from 2000, and he plays Elvis, who has to fight the mummy.
That sounds so fun, but weird.
Hilarious. Did you read this time, Kelsi?
I did. I read up to page 53, and it's just reading very fast. Again, more character development when the kids are in school. The mystery and the slashing hasn't taken place yet, but I kind of expected that because I've read from Ivy Tholen, and the beginnings of her book, are the setup before the action. So,
okay, well, you're almost to your 66.
Yeah, exactly. So I might go over that, and then that way I'm ahead for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I made it to page 88 in We Sold Our Souls, and it's getting pretty intense. What's happening. It's reading more like a thriller right now than like a horror story.
I think a lot of his books are not pure horror, in my opinion. That's how I feel about a lot of his books.
And I have to say, it's about relationships. So you're trying to figure out what this main character did to her band or whatever. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. But it's trying to figure out these characters. And then there's a second storyline happening also that I'm not really sure at this point how it's going to play out.
Right.
Something separate going on, but I'm sure they're going to come together at some point. That's all I can think.
Guess what? Was waiting outside.
That is hilarious, though, that you ordered yours so far in advance.
And you got yours the same day.
Yes, that is crazy.
Well, you know what? I had forgotten about it when we first started sprints, but then I looked at the Discord and someone shared their shirt and was like, it came. I'm like, okay, Kat's came, this person's came, Katrina got hers, like all these people got theirs. Where's mine? So I went and looked at the tracking and it said delivered. I was like, delivered? No. Then I said the date, it was today. I'm like, oh, is it outside? And I ran outside and I was like, it's here. Yay.
Katrina's saying the book that Lindsay's reading, The Vegetarian, is rough.
Well, she was reading it. Now she's
Yeah.
done with it.
It lost me at the dog. I just can't.
Oh,
Okay, well, if
no.
there is any kind of dog situation, I probably wouldn't be able to read it either. Cujo pushed me over the edge with that. I want to read Tastes Like Candy so bad because of you, Kelsi, and that cover is just amazing. I need it in my life.
I love the cover. I love the story. It's not your typical brainless slasher. The girls, and it's a group of smart girls, and very very successful high school students. They go in to this like Halloween themed carnival for part of their senior like initiation type of deal, and
Mhm.
that's where the slashing starts taking place. To me, it's more about the awesome kills and the relationships versus the mystery of who the killer is. So if you go in not expecting like this amazing mystery and more just appreciate the kills, the atmosphere, the
Mhm.
friendships and characters, I think you'll really like it because I loved it.
Crystal has started Master of Murder and read 2 chapters. That's
Good. That's
very
the Pike
good,
book that she was gonna read.
right? Amy says, "Oh man, I've been wanting to read that one. I didn't know there was a dog in it."
No.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Must be
so
pretty bad for her to
yeah.
give you an F.
Haha, that sounds so weird at Katrina.
It really does.
I liked The Vegetarian, but it's dark and kind of disturbing in parts. Crystal seems like she's not affected too badly by some themes like you, Kelsi.
Yeah, she's kind of like a kindred spirit to
She's
me.
like hardcore with this stuff.
Yeah, but she's more widely read than me because she'll read any genre, which is something I really, really admire about Crystal, how she just reads so many different genres, and I always love looking at her TBRs, which are always epic. I'm like, "Oh, I wanna read this, I wanna read that." Everything grows when I watch freaking Crystal's TBRs, like, my lists, they grow.
Yeah, Crystal does read some great stuff, I have to
Yeah,
admit, for sure.
it's true.
Okay, well, let's see what Amy's saying here. I can't read things with animal death or cruelty. Let the people die, but leave the animals alone. I agree with you, Amy. That's why Cujo was so sad to me. It's terrible. And then, of
Oh,
course,
no.
we had to get Cujo's thoughts, which made it even worse.
Ooh,
I
Vanessa, are
started
you
reading
liking
House
it?
with Good Bones by T. Kingfisher. That
How
must be
far
a new one.
in? It
Is
is
that a new
brand
one?
new.
I was gonna
So
say.
Crystal and Sarah went to that book signing of T. Kingfisher, and she was kind of talking about that book. So I don't know if the signing was because of the new book or just cause. But anyway,
Mhm.
yeah, I heard Sarah talk about the new book, and she read an art copy of it and really liked it.
Oh, wow. I really liked our book that we read by her. So I plan
Yeah,
on
What
reading
Moves
more
the Dead?
stuff.
That was good.
So Vanessa's totally agreeing with Amy. And Crystal, I think, is smiling because we think she's awesome.
She is awesome. I love her.
Okay, let's go ahead and do another set of sprints. How about if we do 30 minutes? That way
That's
we
fine.
can do 30 minutes and then wrap it up and be done by 10 o'clock. I was about to say 5.
5 a.m. Let's go. No, just
Oh,
kidding.
yeah, right.
I
I
got
don't think
work.
people want to see me snoring and drooling on camera.
I am off next week. I'm taking off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm so excited. I just got to get through this week. My last full week of
Right.
the month.
Amy says, I love me some Crystal.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so let me get our little kitty cat set up here. I have to fix Kitty to 30 minutes. And I'll let it meow this time. I'm so sorry. I cheated everybody out of the meow.
You're like, I will rob them of the meow.
Okay, actually, I'm going to change it to 31 minutes just because it takes forever to get myself set up. I don't want to cheat you out of your extra minute.
I love that.
Don't want to cheat anybody. And look at Crystal. Yeah, it was for the book release. Kingfisher lives in just the next town over from me, which I think is super cool.
That is
I
cool.
love going to book signings for authors. I think it's fun. Okay, let me set this up to share the screen. Okay, we'll be back in 30 minutes.
Woot woot. See y'all
Woot
then.
woot. Okay, I let it meow.
Yay, meow.
Better than my meow. Well, Neutral Milk Hotel left us.
I saw.
Let's see.
Did you read?
I did not. I goofed off.
I read. I got to the first kill. Oh, hell yeah.
Did you make your 66 pages?
Oh, yeah, I'm past that. I'm
Oh,
on
good.
like 72 now.
Awesome. That's awesome.
It's easy to read. Like, freaking, I just started today, and it doesn't feel like I'm. Like, some books, when you read physically, it feels like a lot of reading. This just doesn't feel like I spent a lot of time reading it. It's weird.
Right. I guess I can take the last sprint of the evening off. Or should I?
I guess. I mean, I guess. Either way.
I guess I could do it right before we leave.
That would work.
I forgot to do it the last time. I don't know if do you always do it?
Leave the banner one?
No, I mean, do you always put the banner up for the last one?
No, I usually don't actually, because I don't always know when the last sprint is going to be.
That's true. I'm currently reading The Power of the Possession by Jesse Harris. Lots of teenage high school angst with a little supernatural so far. Anyone read this? No, I've not heard of this. How about you, Kelsi?
I haven't, but the word possession in the title of it makes me very intrigued. I love stuff like that.
Yeah,
so if it's like a possession book, oh hell yeah, I want to check it out. I'll have to write this down.
Linda finished the movie Fall into Darkness, liked the book more, but it was a classic 90s made for TV movie. Great. That is awesome. Our readers retreat, 14% done with my book. Great. That's awesome. Got to 69% of the test. Very interesting read. So it's better, obviously, than The Vegetarian that you were reading. I just got back and you're done. Sadness. I'm so sorry, Katie. When are we doing sprints again? Who's doing sprints next? Huh?
I think it was Katrina.
She's doing sprints tomorrow. Yeah. So if anybody's looking for sprints, I believe Katrina's doing hers for 5:00 in the evening.
I have to check the sorry, I'm trying to look up that book, but I can't find it.
I want to say I think she is doing it for 5:00 tomorrow. So if you're looking for sprints for tomorrow, and she'll probably do it for a couple of hours, I would think, maybe until 10.
Yeah, she's got it scheduled 5 p.m. Central Time to 9 p.m. Central Time. And then on Thursday, she's sprinting again from 3 p.m. Central to 7 p.m. Central.
Okay.
She is working a lot right now, so it's so sweet that she's still trying to sprint.
I think so, too. You're sprinting this weekend, though, too, right, Kelsi?
On Saturday. And Saturday, I'm doing it.
Sunday, you're doing Patreon stuff. I know that.
I'm doing Patreon sprints on Sunday and then a Patreon-only game night for the 2 top tiers, and the topmost tier gets to join me like on the stream, and the middle tier will just like, be able to watch.
Yeah, I wrote that down because I want to be able to attend that now that I don't have to do that little film thing. So
yeah, Sherry actually sent me ideas for games, but I haven't opened up her message yet. I just have to open it up and look.
I was gonna say we could play Cootie, Paper Cootie. Everybody just needs a dice, a pencil, and some paper.
And there's actually there's electronic dice you could roll. On your phone if you wanted.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. Mindy's got 19 more pages, made it to page 367 now. You are doing awesome.
You're doing so good. I mean, that is a beast of a book. You're making great progress.
Yeah, I think so. Crystal read 2 more chapters. This is a quick read for sure. Yeah, I like it when you can make some progress. Sometimes you need a book that moves a little bit faster. I mean, I think.
Yeah, the last book I just read, Physically Killer, I liked it a lot, but it took me so long to finish, it felt like, as opposed to other things that I'm usually quicker at finishing. And it's not that I have to read quick or finish quick. It just wasn't reading super quick at times. Some sections were, but not every section was like that of the book.
Well, I have to be in the right mood to have a book that's going to be more challenging. So like if I'm reading a classic, for example, or a book that's like older, or even sometimes a Stephen King book, as much as I love Stephen King, I have to be prepared for more detail and a lot of backstory on characters. So, yeah, you have to be in the mind frame. That's why sometimes I like to, if I've read something that has taken me a while, I like to switch to a middle grade book, read
Quick.
it. It kind of like helps me.
You don't have to absorb. It's quick and easy,
Mhm.
fun. Not that it's not deep, because some middle grade is deep, but it's just a little bit easier.
At this point, I have completed all the reading prompts. Woohoo,
I did
Katie!
I did the animal attack prompt 3 times.
That is awesome, though. That
I
really
know
is awesome.
Katie is, like, killing it, like, for peace talks, I saw what she read, it was, like, a huge stack, I was like, "Holy crap, that's incredible." So, Katie, you are killing it this month.
I'm telling you.
Well, you kill it every month, but you're really killing it this month, too.
So, Lindsay is good to know about Killer. My copy finally arrived today. Well, that would be
The
good.
attack scenes, when they kick in, though, Lindsay, it's really good. But there is some character development. I didn't like this. There's a dad character that I didn't like that much, but he's not a huge part of the story. But there is some human drama, but I loved the attack parts of that book.
Mm-hmm. I've done a few of them more than once.
You
Oh, that's
are doing so good.
I know. So awesome. Me, I'm just plugging along. Now, with that being said, worst case scenario, I can double dip with some of my books if I
Yeah.
needed to, if I wanted to finish everything on the board. But like I said, I think the only book I may not be able to get to is In Every Generation, but I don't know. You say that, and then if you are really loving it, you'll blow through it.
I loved it every generation. I don't even think I used audio for that. Like, I read that physically in like 2 days. That's how much I liked that book.
Mhm.
Such a good book.
Thanks, Kelsi. I'm having a great reading month. Great books
I'm
too.
so glad. That's so great, Katie.
I really do think people are enjoying Old School April because there's so much flexibility and because it is so nostalgic. People are using this as an excuse to be able to go back and, revisit their childhood,
I like how
honestly.
I like how some people who don't even like to watch a lot of movies all the time are watching a lot of movies this month
Mhm.
because of us. Like, there are readers who are reading a lot, but they read a lot every month, or they read every month. But there are people who do that but hardly ever watch, but they're watching, which makes me excited because it's like I'm helping to expand and helping them do something that they haven't done a lot or don't usually do a lot. And I hope everyone's still going to have enough nostalgia desire for next year.
I think so. I think it'll be something for them to look forward to because already I'm like, because what'll happen is somebody will post that they did their movie, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that movie. I love that movie.
Yeah.
And then also too, you're discovering new movies. Like I had never seen Teen Witch, obviously never had seen Barracuda.
A Barracuda
Um,
was so bad but hilarious to make fun of together.
it was. And then it was nice to be able to just watch movies again. Like I hadn't seen Never Ending Story in forever.
I love that movie.
So literally, I could probably make a list. And then the other thing too is there is no way I made my 2 list. I made my list of my old school movies I wanted to watch, plus the host Rex. I was hoping I could watch all of those. And I think the only one I've watched is the Killer Clowns off that list. So that makes me sad that I don't think I'm gonna get to them. And I have not watched any TV programs except for Goosebumps.
I wanna watch
Um,
ER, the pilot, because I used to love ER. I still haven't done that, but yeah, I'm having a great time. And speaking of next year, Kat, people were saying, that both Amy and Andrew's a big deal because he's all the way up in Canada, and Amy too, because she's all the way in California. They were saying they wouldn't mind it being in New Orleans. I thought maybe that'd be way too far for them, and I really want them to be some of the people there. Obviously, like, they're very important for me, for Amy and Andrew to be there. And Lexi and them, they're up north, but Lexi said she would like to visit New Orleans, but Amy and Andrew literally looked up flights like
right.
so far in advance, and they're like, it's really not that bad if we do it in advance. And we could still check the hotel. So I'm saying New Orleans is still a possibility.
Right. Well, I knew we had kind of talked about New Orleans just because of some of the things we could do in the city and around the city as far as food and maybe a tour and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to check in June. as far as the hotel room and all that information because I'm going to be there.
Yeah.
And I was thinking you could come and look at and see. I mean, the rooms are really nice. We have had it there for
Oh, I
forever.
trust the rooms are nice. Isn't it a
It's
Hilton?
a Hilton. It's the
Yeah,
airport Hilton. It's
Paul and
right
I
across
stay in
from the
Hilton.
old airport.
Yeah, we stay in Hiltons all the time, me and Paul.
Right.
He's like a diamond member or something.
Well, and the thing is they're different size rooms. Like the room that we're in is a really huge ballroom, but that's because we have tables because we're scrapbooking and you have to have so many people in there. But there are smaller rooms that you can rent in there too. And so I think if you have some of your event there, that's what helps you with the rate of your room. So,
Right.
I think it's just something to look into because it's in a decent enough area and then it's not too far from New Orleans because you can hop onto the interstate right there.
Well, nothing's really too far from New Orleans if you're in
Yeah.
Metairie, Harahan, or literally anywhere close by.
Right.
And I will say another thing is, like, say people like Amy and Andrew, like, they might stay 3 days in a hotel or an Airbnb, but then, like, I could tell them, oh, like, Paul and I even talked about some people that I'm closer to and know, like, better could stay at our house for, like, extra days if they wanted to stay a little longer but not have to spend the extra money on,
Right.
like, extra days of hotel. So, like, if Amy wanted to stay 2 more days instead of just 3 days, like, then when the 1 or 2 ends, she could be at my house.
Well, and also what would help too with rooms is if you have people who are willing to come together that will share a room. Like
Mhm.
when my friend and I, we share a room, and my other two friends generally share a room.
Yeah.
So that helps with the cost of your hotel also because it's not like I don't think it's unreasonable because we go on a Thursday and we stay Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then half day on Sunday. And I think I paid 400 something. So that's 3 nights.
It's
And
not
then you
too
check out
bad.
on Sunday. But she and I share the room, so it's like $200 for that many nights. Now,
That's
of
really not
course, I
bad.
think what it is I think our rate is 195. No, yeah, maybe 195 a night or something. I don't know. Whatever it came out to be, I don't think it's impossible or like a
Yeah.
terrible rate, especially if you can get somebody to room with. If you're willing to do that.
Yeah, of course. Well, see, like, so basically that's like a very big possibility still, and I think it's definitely happening. Like, I don't know where yet, for instance, but I'm definitely like 100% committed to making the in-person, and I think it's going to be at the end of the month versus the beginning because
Oh,
there is no I checked the dates for French Quarter Fest and for what do you call it? Jazz Fest. Jazz Fest is in March, and
no, Jazz Fest I thought was end of April, beginning of May.
no, not next year.
Oh, they changed it for 2024?
Well, I looked it up specifically because you said you thought it was the end of April, but it's not. And French Quarter Fest is at more at the beginning of April. Like French Quarter Fest is like the second weekend of April. I'll look it up again, but I'm almost 100% positive because I remember you being concerned about that.
Well, yeah. Well, because right now for 2023, it's showing Jazz and Heritage Festival April 28th through May 7th.
Yeah, but I looked up 2024 specifically. Let's see. Dates.
I'm surprised they have the date so far in advance, but
oh, maybe you are right. Now it's saying, oh, wait, that's 20. Wait, that's the past. Never mind. Hold on.
yeah, I don't see any dates for 2024. Let's see. New Orleans Jazz Getaway 2024.
That's in March.
Yeah, I don't think they have the date set for.
Maybe they don't. Maybe it would
but
be. That would mess things up.
Always traditionally, Jazz and Heritage Festival has always been the last weekend of April, first weekend of May. The only time it was really screwed up was because of COVID and then Ida.
For 2023, it is at the end of May, but man, that sucks. Because I really would like it to be New Orleans at the end, not at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, if you do it at the beginning, then you can do it as like a kickoff kind of thing.
I'm just like, you're talking to me at the same time. What?
You got to remember when you're booking in New Orleans in April, you've got Jazz Fest And French Quarter Fest.
I just said that, yeah.
You said French Quarter Fest too?
I did, yeah.
And you got the Zurich Classic.
Oh, yeah, and the Zurich Classic. But anyway, it's not for sure in New Orleans, but that's still a possibility. I just think the ending would be cooler than the beginning because we could do the in-person sleepover.
Right. The thing that you have to worry about, it's not even so much, even if we're booking hotels far outside the city, it's just the rates are going to be more expensive.
Yeah,
Amazing to me how expensive the rooms are whenever you have an event.
I know.
Yeah, and it looks like French Quarter Fest this year was this past weekend.
Yeah, it's like the second.
It always falls around the second. It always falls around the same time Strawberry Festival is up here.
Yeah.
So Halco is
that up.
loving Old School April.
Yay.
We're excited. Oh, for sure.
Yay.
It's been such a blast. I'm 100% looking forward to next year's. I know it's crazy that we're already talking about
I know.
Next year.
I was hoping
and we're not
people
even finished this year.
I'm hoping people won't be burned out from it. That they won't.
I don't think so. You've got 11 months to recuperate.
True.
I've watched so many old shows and movies this month, and it's a blast.
Yay!
I'm so excited. I would love to be able to hang out with you guys. Woohoo! Woohoo!
Yay!
We'd have so much fun. Oh, this is real life, but in person, I mean, I think it would be good.
I know what you meant.
I could help. I did some writing events in Denver.
Oh,
Woo!
cool.
Small Cash, you can help us. I just think the timing is really what's going to be the most important part of it, because you want to be able to have it to where it's affordable, but at the same time, you don't want it conflicting with something else either, because we also don't want to be like stuck in traffic or have issues if we want to go do something, you know?
Yeah. We'll still think about it, but man, I would love the closing just because of the sleepover party. And instead of having the greatest thing be at the beginning and then you do everything else solo, it would be everything building up to the climax, which is the ending, the big get together. I don't know.
Well, you know what I could also do is we could look at rates of what hotels are going for right now. Like I can also check the Hilton and just see what they're charging for rooms for that weekend.
Yeah.
Because then you can see what the difference would be. And then also, I mean, you can ask that. I'm sure if I go there and ask, what is it like, during that time?
Mm-hmm.
April's got to turn in.
Bye, Thanks. Crystal.
April. I'm calling her April. Crystal, because I'm talking about Old School April.
I know. It was like dyslexia.
I am ready to turn in myself, obviously, because I can't talk. Look at the timing as an advantage and piggyback on other events. Yeah, it's just that we want it to be affordable, because that's the main thing. It's not so much like we can get people here and the flights might be good, but then again, what if the flights are terrible too? I mean, I don't know. And Amy saying good night, Crystal. Yeah. So I think it's doable. I just think it would be a lot of fun.
Oh, it's definitely doable, and I'm going to make it happen. I just don't know exactly where it'll be yet. It'll either be here or somewhere else that's like in the middle of the country where everyone can go. But it just doesn't seem like it'd be as cool with the activities as here.
Right.
Also, there wouldn't be an advantage of me having a house to help people like that are very close to me that might need extra time, for instance.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, that is just something we need to consider for sure.
Yeah, I've got a year to plan, and I'm making it happen. I am making it happen. If it's the last thing I do, it's the last thing I do.
Well, because we talked about having like a meet and greet kind of booktube horror thing.
Well, this is Rachel's fault. Rachel proposed it. She's like, we were talking about that thing during book club, but what if we did it for Old School April specifically because there's so much momentum behind it?
Right.
And once she said that, I was like, well, okay. Yeah, let's go with it. So Rachel's fault. And she messaged me on tips about it because she has been to tons of conventions and she knows people who who help, do them and work them. So she sent me some tips. I just have to open the message. I'm so
Right.
bad about that. I'm behind on everything right now.
Well, yeah, because you're in the middle of trying to take care of this.
Good night, Mindy.
Good
I'm so
night,
glad you got a lot
Mindy.
done.
Yeah, we're going to be going to bed too shortly.
Well,
I
I'm
will
staying
be.
up till like
You'll
2, but
be.
whatevs. You can message me, peeps.
And Vanessa can't wait either. So Vanessa says that she will come also.
Yay, I'm
I think
so
that'll
happy.
be a lot of fun. Okay, everyone, it has been fun. I've enjoyed our time together.
I've
Until
enjoyed
next time, stay
Thank
amazing and be adventurous and get your old school on.
Good night.
My dog is begging to go to bed. Night all. Yeah, mine
Night,
over here is
Katie.
scaring me down too.
Ooh, Vanessa will
Night.
definitely be there. I'm excited.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Linda.
Good night, Linda. Good night, Amy.
Amy. I appreciate all of you.
Bye, Helco.
Good night, Helco. Love y'all. Love you,
ya.
Kelsi.
Love you, Cat.
Yeah,
Bye.
bye.